Chapter 351. In the next moment, a white light flashed and the figure disappeared. The plane passage closed up and the sky returned to normal. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Shining. According to what he said just now, why do I feel that Jing Qi and this stupid god came here by accident and did not invade this plane of their own accord? Indeed not. Shining nodded and turned to sit back down. She picked up the fruit on the table and took a bite. Then what's going on? Lone Moon asked. Don't they have to get your permission before they can enter the plane? Just like the pass that Shen Jing gave them back then. Otherwise, if they forced their way in, they would definitely be repelled by the plane. Just like how Chef lost half his life. But of the two people just now, Jing Qi was a soul. And the stupid god was able to come here without any obstruction at all. At first, he thought it was because he was a manager and was very powerful. But that weak manager could not even beat Chef. Obviously, he did not have the ability to resist the power of the plane. Then how did he come here safely? Lone Moon could not figure it out. Was the plane repelling a holiday today? Maybe he did not even pass through the plane door? Shining said. Lone Moon paused and even I Ching looked over. What do you mean? Shining finished the fruit in her hand and turned to the two. There seems to be a loophole in our plane. I Ching. Lone Moon. The two of them were stunned. Before they could understand what she meant, the ground under their feet suddenly shook. Not far away, there was a loud boom that spread through the entire sky palace. Suddenly, there seemed to be some huge energy sweeping over from afar. Even the immortal qi around them seemed to be much thicker. The three of them were shocked. They hurried out of the hall and released their divine perception. They could faintly see a pillar of light in the distance. It was so bright that it was blinding. What was that? That direction is the demon world. I Ching's eyes widened. Lone Moon was stunned too. The immortal qi in that pillar of light was shocking. How could there be such thick immortal qi in the demon world? Sect Master Elder. Just as they were thinking, Yu Hong suddenly rushed in and looked at them anxiously. Something happened to Little Black. Lone Moon was shocked. What happened to him again? I don't know either. Yu Hong became even more anxious. She didn't know how to describe it. Bring us there. Yes. Yu Hong then turned around and led the three of them to the side hall at the back. As soon as the three of them entered the room, they saw Xiao He lying on the bed with a pained expression. His face was pale and his body was covered in sweat, as if he was suffering from great pain. More importantly, there were traces of black smoke-like gas continuously drifting out from his body. Lone Moon directly went forward to check, and his expression became even more shocked. The demonic qi on his body is dissipating. Even his cultivation was unstable. What just happened? Yu Hong shook her head. No, we haven't left since Elder I Ching sent us back. Lone Moon frowned. Little Black was a demon. He could not tell what was going on. Go get Boss Lan. Just as she was about to ask her to call Lan Hua over, Siyu suddenly rushed in. Sect Master, this is bad. Celestial Emperor Lan Hua. Before Siyu could finish speaking, she saw Little Black in the room and was stunned. Why is he also? Something happened to Lan Hua as well. Lone Moon asked. Siyu nodded. He suddenly collapsed in the middle of refining pills. What a coincidence. Something happened to both of them at the same time? The few of them hurried to Boss Lan's room. Lone Moon checked his meridians and found that he was in the same situation as Little Black. The demonic qi in his body was dissipating for some unknown reason. In fact, it was more serious than Little Black's. Lone Moon could not figure out what was going on. He could only seal the two of them with an array to prevent the demonic qi from dissipating. What happened? Why did something happen to them? Where are the 10 Skyfiends waiting in the guest hall? I Ching suddenly turned to look at Yu Hong. Go and see if anything happened to them. Yu Hong hesitated. I'll go right now. She hurriedly turned and ran out. A moment later she flew back. Elder I Ching, those Skyfiends are in the same state as them. They suddenly collapsed. We've already sent disciples to look after them. In other words, only the demons are in trouble? Lone Moon's expression darkened. He exchanged a look with I Ching. Could it be the effect of that pillar of light just now? That pillar of light could restrain demons? Look after them. Lone Moon instructed. He turned to Shining and I Ching. Let's go to the demon world to take a look. The three of them mounted their swords and flew in the direction of the demon world. In a short while they arrived at the edge of the demon world. The demon world, which was originally filled with demonic chi, was now as bright as day. Right in the center of the demon world, an eye-catching pillar of light shot up into the sky. The white light shone across the entire demon world. Everywhere it went, the demonic chi dissipated. The pillar of light was like a purifier, purifying all the demonic chi in the demon world. The strange thing was, apart from the demonic chi, it did not affect the immortals at all. Lone Moon could even feel the immortal chi in the pillar of light. Just as they guessed, along the way, they saw many demons like Lan Hua and Little Black. They were all lying on the ground in pain. There was no exception, especially those demons with low cultivation levels. They did not even have a complete physical body. Once the demonic chi dissipated, even their bodies began to dissipate. If this continued, the entire demon race would probably disappear in the light. Lone Moon's heart sank. He sped up and flew to the side of the pillar of light. Only then did he realize that the position of the pillar of light was actually Little Black's demonic palace. The entire demonic palace was lit up by a huge array. The array was very strange. It was layered, as if it was made up of tens of different arrays. The golden talismans surrounding it were also very complicated. They could not understand what they meant. "Chef, can you tell what array this is?" I Ching shook his head. "I've never seen it before." Then, he directly summoned an immortal sword. "No matter what array it is, let's break it first." With that said, he waved the sword in his hand. Instantly, thousands of sword chi appeared and attacked the array. Lone Moon also summoned his immortal sword and cooperated with Chef to attack the array. Although he did not know who set up the array and what the purpose of doing this was, if this continued, the entire demon world would really be finished. In a moment, the densely packed sword light attacked the array. The strange thing was that there was no reaction at all. Whether it was the sword chi or the immortal chi, they directly passed through the array. They only destroyed the demonic palace below, and did not affect the array at all. Instead, the light in the pillar of light seemed to become even brighter. This pillar of light can absorb immortal chi. Lone Moon reacted. Attacks using immortal chi are useless against it. Chapter 352. I Ching reacted as well. He changed the sword technique in his hand, and a strand of blue god power wrapped around the immortal sword in his hand. He directly released his sword intent to form a huge dragon that flashed with blue light. He waved his hand, and the huge dragon charged straight towards the layers of array formations. In the next moment, there was a few cracking sounds, and the array broke apart. Even the pillar of light dimmed, and became many times smaller than before. "It works." Lone Moon was delighted. He adjusted his cultivation level to the divine level, and used his god power to form sword chi. He attacked again. The array below was collapsing even faster. In less than half an hour, the array had completely collapsed. The pillar of light in the middle was gone, and the thick immortal chi in the surroundings also disappeared. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to check on the other demons when I Ching suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the ground!" He looked down, and saw that the ground where the pillar of light had disappeared, suddenly, as if there was an earthquake. A huge white crack appeared, and the entire demon palace collapsed. The crack became wider and wider, spreading in all directions like a spider web, as if it was going to tear the entire demon world apart. "What is this?" Lone Moon was shocked. He could feel a huge suction coming from the white crack. It did not look like a crack in the ground at all. It was like space was being torn apart. Plain crack. Shening, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "What?" Lone Moon was shocked. Shening directly pulled out a light screen, and as she scrolled through the data on it, she said, "This plane has cracked open. But the crack is not big. At most, it will swallow the entire demon world." "You call this not big, huh?" No wonder the array just now was broken so easily. So this was the trap. "How do we deal with this thing?" Lone Moon asked. "You should know, right? Just patch it up." "Nonsense, I'm asking how to patch it up." "I think I have tools." "Wait." Shening dug into the storage bag beside her and took out something. She handed it to the two of them, one in each hand. Use this to patch it up. Lone Moon looked down and saw that there was a square piece of cloth in his hand. There was even a drawing of little grass on it, a band-aid. Flip's table. To hell with the band-aid. It's such a big crack, and you want me to use this? Wait, chef, where are you going? Before he could complain, I Ching had already taken the band-aid and flew down without hesitation. Holy shit, you're really? He was about to stop him when he saw a beam of light fly out from chef's hand. His vision blurred, and a huge band-aid that spanned across the entire demon palace appeared before his eyes. It immediately covered the crack on the ground and sealed half of it in an instant. Lone Moon. Is this AF * King Band-Aid? This is XXXXXNL, right? Father Nyo. I Ching turned back and urged him. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He took the band-aid and flew to the other side of the crack. Indeed, the next moment, the other band-aid in his hand flew out. It grew bigger instantly and covered the other part of the largest crack. In less than a quarter of an hour, the white cracks on the ground disappeared. Even the smaller cracks in the surroundings slowly closed up. The white light slowly disappeared, and the ground returned to its original state. Lone Moon. It's done. Shening said. What exactly is that band-aid? Why can it become so big? Father Nyo glared at her. It's not a band-aid. Shening tilted her head. Then what is it? A plain restorer, Shening answered. After some thought she added. My older sister gave it to me. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought. You dare to say that I know. Believe it or not. You won't be able to eat from tomorrow onwards. Lone Moon glared at her. Father Nyo was so fierce. After that strange beam of light disappeared, all the demons recovered. Although they lost their demonic chi, and their cultivation level regressed, their lives were not in danger. Yu Hong had also sent a message that Lan Hua and Little Black had recovered. Lone Moon walked a few rounds around the destroyed demon palace. He did not find out how the array that could open the plain crack appeared. That thing seemed to appear out of thin air. There was no aura of an array nearby at all. Chef, did you see anything? He turned to look at I Ching. He was most sensitive to auras. There's nothing here except the immortal chi that hasn't dissipated. I Ching shook his head and frowned. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked at his wristband and asked Shening. Master, is the plane crack just now a plane crisis? Shening looked at him and nodded. Yes. But, why isn't there an alarm? He pointed at the wristband on his hand. Oh right. Lone Moon also thought of this problem. He looked at his hand. There was an alarm when Shinibu came over. Now that the beam of light was so obvious, why didn't it sound? Is this alarm broken? The plane alarm can only provide an immediate warning. Shening said. It's something that happens after we take over the plane. In the future, I Ching was shocked. His eyes widened. Master, are you saying that this plane crack might have existed a long time ago? Shening nodded. But we just saw it crack. Lone Moon looked confused. What's more, such a big crack, who could hide it? This is the demon world. How could so many demons not notice it? Could it be? He stopped mid-sentence, exchanged a look with I Ching, and said in unison. God fiend. Such a plain crisis could only be remedied by the manager. If this crack had existed a long time ago, then the only ones who could hide it temporarily were the three ancient gods. The demon world was the godfiend's territory. He could not ignore it. That was why no one in the demon world had noticed it for so many years. The only possibility was that the godfiend had hidden it himself. Speaking of which, such a big thing happened in the demon world. Why didn't the godfiend come to greet them? The last time Jingqi invaded, he hurriedly came to call for help. Why was there no movement this time? Lone Moon's expression darkened. He drew a line in the air and opened the entrance to the godfiend's divine realm. Let's go ask him what's going on. Instantly, an entrance appeared in the air. The three of them walked in. They thought they would see the familiar blue sea and blue sky, but they only felt their vision go black. The next moment, they were already in darkness. I Ching subconsciously summoned a ball of fire, but he could only see water flowing around him. With a thought, the fire turned into a fireball. It rose into the air and lit up the entire space. Chapter 353. Only then did the three of them see clearly that the entire divine realm had turned into a gray area. It was as if the colors had suddenly been removed, leaving only the two colors of black and white. The originally blue sky above their heads was now like broken glass, cracking and disappearing inch by inch. The originally vast divine realm was now reduced to a radius of a few miles. The rest had turned into nothingness. What's going on? Lone Moon looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This place is about to collapse. I Ching stepped forward and released his divine perception. He carefully sensed the aura around him before turning back. The God-Fiend is not here. This was the God-Fiend's divine realm. It was like his personal mystic realm. Nothing could go wrong easily, unless something happened to him. This divine realm is connected to the demon world. If it continues to collapse, it will definitely affect the demon world. I Ching reminded him. He turned to Lone Moon and said, I'll go to the right side and set up a 5 elements array. Lone Moon reacted and nodded. All right, I'll set up the array here. The 5 elements array could draw in the chi of the 5 elements. This array was needed to open up a mystic realm. It was the only way to stabilize a mystic realm. The two of them cast their spells at the same time. For a moment, a large white light of the array lit up. The rapidly dissipating scene slowly slowed down. But there was a series of crisp cracking sounds in the sky. The cracks became more and more serious. This was the God-Fiend's divine realm after all. It did not match the aura of I Ching and Lone Moon. They injected their power into it, but it accelerated the collapse. Aya, it's going to collapse. Shunning looked up at the sky that was broken like a spider web. Collapse your ass. Help. Lone Moon glared at her. He had no idea what to do. Shunning tilted her head and looked at her own hands. With a twist of her hands, she made a hand seal that was exactly the same as the others. For a moment, Lone Moon felt something rushing towards him. A golden array appeared under Shen Ying's feet. In an instant, it spread to the entire divine realm. Wherever it passed, the space that had been faintly fragmented was instantly renewed, as if it had been changed into a new picture. Even the originally blue sea and blue sky had transformed into a lush, vibrant green land. The god's domain felt even larger than before. Holy shit! Lone Moon stared at everything in front of him in shock. He turned to Shining. You know the 5 elements array? No way. Then just now you. Did she think he was blind? That was obviously a 5 elements formation, and it was the ultimate enhanced version. Oh, I just learned it from you. Just now. Did it have to be so fast? Didn't you say you needed my help? Motherf asterisk her. Your podium. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Chef had already flown back, looking confused. Master, why do I feel that there's no God-Fiend aura in this divine realm? Oh, I might have accidentally covered it. What do you mean? Lone Moon asked. It means. Shining pondered for a moment before answering. It means that the ownership of the land has been transferred. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. So now this place is my god domain. Lone Moon. I Ching. Are you sure you're here to help and not to demolish? The demonic god will cry when he returns. He definitely will. The matter has been resolved. Shining scanned the scene and clapped her hands. Shall we go home for dinner? Yes, master. Chef immediately opened the exit to the rear hall of Invincible Sect. What? Hey. Lone Moon pointed in front of him. Leaving just like that. What about the God-Fiend? It's obvious that something happened to him, right? Master and I Ching exchanged a look and tilted their heads at the same time. And then of course we have to think of a way to save. Lone Moon paused and his mouth twitched. As if recalling something, he cursed under his breath. Shit. The anxious expression on his face softened. He turned and was the first to walk out. Home for dinner. The moment he thought that the one who suffered was the God-Fiend, he instantly felt no pressure at all. The three of them did not feel anything. They even wanted to give the kidnappers a thumbs up. Chef, let's add 2 more dishes to celebrate tonight. We can add more dishes, but we don't have enough ingredients. Double the food allowance this month. Yes, Father Nyo, no problem, Father Nyo. Regarding the Pillar of Light, Lone Moon initially guessed that it could be the work of the immortals, who hated the demonic world. It was obvious that they were aiming to wipe out the demonic world in one fell swoop. But the plane crack that appeared later made him suspicious again. And the relationship between the immortals and the demonic world now was more harmonious than he had imagined. They even saw many immortals in the demonic world just now. Most of them were helping the injured demons and not killing them all. Especially that special immortal chi. He had never seen immortal chi that was even richer than God power. According to Shining, that plane crack had existed before they took over the plane, and the one who temporarily sealed it could be the God Fiend. Lone Moon finally understood what Shin Jing meant when she said that there were still many traps waiting for them in the plane they took over. This was obviously a trap. Now that the God Fiend was gone, the only possibility was, what plane crack? Meng Pa, who was suddenly pulled over, was stunned. Her face was blank. You don't know. Lone Moon was shocked. I don't know. Meng Pa shook her head. The God Fiend never tells me anything. And the demonic world was created by the God Fiend. I don't go there often. The God Fiend is gone. Do you know that? Lone Moon asked. What? Meng Pa was shocked. When? We don't know the details, but the divine realm has been destroyed. Lone Moon continued. Didn't you go back to take a look? No, I broke off all ties with him the last time. She seemed to have thought of something and snorted. Although the God Fiend is in charge of order, we have the sect master now. It doesn't matter whether he's around or not. Meng Po's nervousness lasted for 0.1 seconds. She waved her hand, not caring at all. Instead, she turned around excitedly and took out a bag. Looking at Shening, she said, Sect master, I found many delicious things in the lower realm this time. Do you want to try them? She then took out a bunch of vegetables and fruits from the bag. Lone Moon, I Ching, Shening. They were the three ancient gods after all. What happened to the love between colleagues? All right, we got it. Seeing that she was taking out more and more things, looking like she wanted to fill up the whole yard, Lone Moon had to stop her. Go back to the underworld first. We will continue investigating the matter in the demonic world. Oh, she nodded but did not leave. Is there anything else? Lone Moon asked. She looked at Shin Ying and said hesitantly, Sect Master, before I go back, can I go see Master Qingyu? She had not seen her for a long time. Shin Ying was stunned. After a while she nodded. Yes. Thank you, Sect Master. Her expression lit up. Then, as if relieved, she turned and flew towards the side hall. Even Meng Pa doesn't know. Who on earth wants to destroy the demonic world? Lone Moon sighed. He could not figure it out. Where did the special immortal chi come from? Why don't we ask the one who snatched the dowry? Shining suddenly said. Snatch the dowry? Lone Moon was stunned. You mean that new demon king? Only then did he remember the person in the dungeon. Could it be that this has something to do with him? He thought of the purple chi, and turned to walk towards the dungeon. After a few steps he turned back and pulled Chef and Shining. Let's go together. Don't even think of slacking off. The three of them flew all the way to the dungeon. Before they got close, Lone Moon felt the faint aura of an array. His heart tightened. They rushed in. Indeed, the person inside was gone. In the next moment, Lone Moon felt his hand go numb. The three of their wristbands suddenly made a series of beeping sounds, one after another. Almost instantly, a huge light screen marked with exclamation marks appeared in front of them, filling up their entire vision. The three of them. This is a plain warning. For a moment, the three of them seemed to hear the sound of a deep pit approaching. Chapter 354. What's going on? Lone Moon looked at the alarms that popped up all around them. There were almost 100 of them. Why are there so many? Return to the divine realm. Shening said in a low voice and tapped on her wristband. Lone Moon felt his vision blur. In the blink of an eye, they had already returned to a vast and boundless space. But it was different from the green mountains and clear waters just now. The divine realm now was like a starry sky. The surroundings were dark, and a large number of stars appeared in front of them, like the Milky Way. This is the divine realm. Lone Moon was shocked. Why was it different from just now? Oh, this is studio mode, Shining said casually. The divine realm was divided into modes. So you not only occupied the Godfiend's territory, but also renovated it? Oh, Shenning directly brought up a light screen. He did not know what she did. Instantly, the stars in front of them grew bigger and bigger. In a short while, they became translucent light beads the size of rubber balls. They surrounded the surroundings. On them, one could faintly see the shadows of mountains, seas, and lakes. These are the 3,000 realms. Lone Moon was shocked. He went forward to take a closer look. Indeed, every light ball was the scene of a world. Could it be that this starry sky was the main body of the entire plane? Shenning directly drew 2 lines on the light screen. Those light balls instantly disappeared by more than half. Only a few flashing red lights were left. Master, are these the lower realms that just sounded the alarm? I Ching glanced at those light balls in front of him. Shenning nodded. So many. Lone Moon glanced at those remaining light balls. There were at least a few hundred of them. Looking closely on those balls, one could faintly see the shadows of white cracks. These lower realms all have plain cracks. More than 90%. Shenning answered. There were still some unknown reasons. Lone Moon's brows instantly furrowed into a dead knot. How much time do we have? Not necessarily. Shenning operated the light screen. A row of data flashed in front of her eyes. After a while, she pointed to a light ball and said, "For example, this one will collapse in half an hour." So fast. Lone Moon was shocked. Then we have to fix it as soon as possible. Oh right, your band-aid. Pui Plane Repairer? Do you still have it? I do. Shenning took out a bunch of band-aids. But there's no need to rush. There's no hurry. Lone Moon continued. If this goes on, the 3,000 realms will collapse. We can. Now is not the time to be lazy, Lone Moon said with a serious face. Actually, let's split up. You go for the dozens of chefs on the left, Shenning on the right, and leave the rest to me. Father Nio, there's no room for discussion. I'll go to the one that's collapsing the fastest. Without waiting for her reply, he tore through the void and went to the one that was collapsing the fastest. Shenning. As long as you're happy. I Ching stepped forward and looked at Shenning calmly. Master, do you have any instructions? Shenning glanced in the direction where Father Nio had disappeared inside. Chef, call Radish over. Yes, Master. At this time, Lone Moon had already reached the lower realm. He turned his head and looked around. This was a mortal world, and the spiritual energy here was so thin that it was almost non-existent. That was why the plane crack here was the most serious. Different from the plane crack in the demon world, the one in the lower realm appeared in the sky. When Lone Moon arrived, he saw that the entire sky had already split in half. The originally clear sky seemed to have been torn apart, and a huge crack stretched across the entire sky. In the middle of the crack, all kinds of strange auras kept surging in, with a threatening aura. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into nothingness, and the ground shook as if it was about to collapse. Lone Moon's heart tightened, and he directly threw the plane repairer in his hand out. He saw that the band-aid instantly became bigger, and directly flew towards the crack in the sky. In an instant, it covered more than half of it. But that crack was really too big. Not long after the repairer stuck on it, it seemed to be about to break free, and a crack even appeared directly from the edge. Could a repairer not be able to repair it directly? Lone Moon's heart tightened, and he hurriedly threw out 2 more, covering the thin flap next to it. But the cracks in other places were increasing. He had no choice but to throw a few more before completely sealing the plane crack. The surrounding shaking stopped, the patch-like band-aid in the sky slowly merged with the plane, and in a short while, it became a clear sky again. Lone Moon then heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at the remaining 2 plane repairers in his hand. Fortunately, Shenning had given him more, otherwise he might not have been able to seal this crack. Thinking about it, there were still hundreds of such cracks, and his heart instantly sank. He didn't know if the repairer in Shenying's hands was enough, so he turned and directly returned to the divine realm. Shenying's repairer. Before he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and his face instantly darkened. He thought that he would return to that starry sky, but in front of him was a stretch of green mountains and clear waters. The light ball of the 3,000 worlds had disappeared, and in its place was a wide grassland. And on the grassland, there was a huge western dragon propped up high. There were even a few excited discussions in front. "Chef, is the whole roasted dragon really delicious? I tested it before. This pseudo-dragon meat after roasting is oily but not greasy. It is extremely tender. Master will definitely like it. But the skin is so thick, can it be roasted well? Don't worry, Master. I will roast it with the true phoenix fire. Every part will be evenly heated. It will definitely be thoroughly cooked. Don't do it fully cooked, 70% will do. The taste will be better." "Yes, Master, no problem, Master." Lone Moon. He faintly felt something in his mind snap, and suddenly had an urge to publish a newspaper to break off all relations. He took a few deep breaths and said in a deep voice, "What are you guys doing? I am exhausted, and you guys are actually barbecue here. Could this plane still have fun?" A degree. Only then did the two realize that the person who had left and returned. Shining waved a hand in greeting. "Hey, Father Neo." She pointed to the huge dragon in front of them and said, "One apiece. Come your ass." Lone Moon was a little mad. "You guys are still in the mood to roast meat. What about those plane alarms? Do you know that the lower realm is about to collapse? Is this the time to eat the whole dragon?" "I know." Shining tilted her head. "I know. But you guys are still here roasting meat. Who exactly is the manager here, hey?" "Radish is already mending." Shining pointed to the front. "Radish." The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. When did Radish know how to repair plane cracks? You guys are freaking kidding me. Chapter 355. Lone Moon looked around and realized that not far away, there was an isolation array. He turned and walked over, lifting his hand to remove a corner of the array. Instantly, the scene in front of him was like a curtain being lifted, a corner fell, revealing the familiar half of the starry sky behind, and standing in the starry sky, a naked figure. As if sensing movement behind him, Radish, who was lifting his shirt, turned around subconsciously. Lone Moon only saw the two white lumps on his butt turn away, revealing the indescribable scene in front of him. "Hey, annoying guy, you're back." Radish, who had finally transformed into human form with much difficulty, called out and was about to walk over. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. With lightning speed, he covered the isolation array in his hand with a whoosh. He also added a few more layers of isolation arrays on top of it to cover this unsightly scene. Then with a dark expression he walked back. What is Radish doing? Playing hooligan in front of the 3,000 worlds? Shining took the roasted meat that Chef handed over and replied matter-of-factly, "Blooming. Wasn't that obvious?" "Nonsense. Of course I know he's blooming. Radish only knew how to play hooligan. Why is he blooming? To repair the plane." Shining answered as she chewed on the meat. "Repair?" Lone Moon was stunned. "What do you mean? When did Radish have such an ability?" "What Master means is that there are too many worlds that had problems this time. It would be too late to repair them one by one." I Ching at the side then explained. So Master attached the data of plane repair to Radish. Radish is a 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit. It can communicate with all plants. Its flowers can be accurately transmitted from here to every crack in the 3,000 worlds. So we let Radish bloom here, and then send the dandelions to those planes with plane cracks, directly to repair the plane in batches. There was such a method. Why didn't you say so earlier? Making him go down to the lower realm. Master didn't finish and you already left. You ran too fast, blame us. Mother fasterus cur. Shining nodded and wiped the oil off her mouth. Chef, give me another piece. Yes, Master. Father Nyo, you really don't want one. Get lost. Radish's sewing repair method was indeed useful. Soon, Lone Moon saw the warning on the wristband dimming one by one. In less than half an hour, there were only 2 or 3 notifications left. Radish also walked out of the isolation array. Little Missy, I finished blooming. I even left the biggest one for you. After saying that, it raised a dandelion that was the size of a hydrangea flower and rushed over. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He stopped the man in his tracks and conjured a set of clothes, which he threw at him. Put your pants on. Tisk. Radish's face was full of unwillingness. Under Loneman's murderous gaze, it slowly put on its pants. He raised the dandelion in his hand and ran toward Shening. "Little Missy, look, this is the biggest one." Shening, who had finally finished the roasted meat, turned to look at him and replied slowly, "I don't want it." She was shedding her fur. The radish's enthusiasm was extinguished in an instant. The whole radish wilted. "Big sister," sad, aggrieved, upset, seeing that she had no intention of accepting it at all, it took it back and turned back to its radish form. It picked up the pants that had fallen and threw it to Lone Moon. It must be that the pants did not look good, which caused it to give flowers in the wrong way. Little Missy did not accept it, definitely. Pooey. It was all the fault of the annoying ghost. He snorted at Lone Moon, then habitually climbed onto his leg, and continued to be a pendant. "Shening, do you see what's going on this time?" Lone Moon did not care about Radish and looked directly at Shening. The sudden appearance of so many plane cracks was not normal no matter how he looked at it. How did these cracks come about? Under normal circumstances, only plane storms and plane invasions will cause cracks. Shening gestured for Chef to put away the unfinished roasted meat. With a tap of her hand, the grass under her feet disappeared instantly, and the surroundings changed back to the starry sky. Only this time, there were more star-like light balls floating in the air. Plane invasion? Lone Moon frowned. But there was no notification of an intruder just now. Indeed there wasn't. Shening said, "So these cracks are the same as the one in the demon world." Demon world? Lone Moon and I Ching were both shocked. I Ching directly went forward and asked, "Master is saying that these cracks also existed a long time ago? They were just covered up by something previously." Shening nodded. She thought for a moment and added, "When I was patching up this divine realm, I upgraded your sensors. That was why they could detect so many cracks at once. So these were all pits left behind by the plane? But if these cracks existed before, why were they fine before? But now they all exploded together?" Lone Moon frowned. This was too much of a coincidence, and it happened when the God Fiend was missing. Could it be that array formation? He suddenly thought of the light pillar in the demon world. It seemed that the plane cracks only appeared after that thing appeared. The immortal chi in that array formation is special. I Ching also nodded and said, "I have never seen immortal chi like that unless it was originally not something from this plane." Lone Moon continued. With that thought, he connected the dots. It was that array formation and immortal chi that broke the plane. "You're half right." Shening tilted her head and directly opened a light screen. She pointed to the data on it and said, "But that array formation is not used to break the plane, but to repair it." "What?" The two of them were stunned. "What do you mean?" She reached out and tapped on the light screen. Instantly, an array diagram that was exactly the same as the one on the Demon Palace appeared in front of the few of them. In this array formation, there are spatial laws. It cannot completely repair the plane cracks, but it can temporarily stabilize them. It is the same for other realms. Lone Moon was stunned. That meant that there was actually such an array above every crack. No wonder when he and Chef destroyed the array formation, that crack suddenly appeared. So that array formation was used to plug the gap. Could it be that because Chef and I destroyed that array, the lower realm also collapsed? He frowned. No. Shening shook her head. She turned around and took out a fruit from Chef's pocket. As she nibbled on it, she said, "The array at each crack is independent. The one in the demon world only sealed that one crack, and that array has been modified." "Then what happened to those in the lower realm?" Lone Moon asked anxiously. "No wonder someone destroyed all those arrays at the same time." "Not destroyed." Shen Ying's hand paused. She glanced at him and said, "It's taken back." What did that mean? Chapter 356. Lone Moon was stunned. I Ching, who was beside him, nodded in understanding. Master is right. No one can destroy so many arrays at once. Only the person who set up the arrays can retract them at any time. That meant it was the person who set up the arrays that caused so many cracks to appear at the same time. The person who set up the arrays? His heart sank. Could it be the God Fiend? But thinking about it carefully, it was impossible. It was not just him. I Ching did not fight with the God Fiend for nothing. He understood the God Fiend's aura the best. The special immortal chi on the arrays could not be the God Fiend's. And he was the ancient god of creation. He had racked his brains to get Shening to come here. Why would he find trouble for himself? Loneman's mind came up with a dramatic story. Even if the person who set up the arrays was not the God Fiend, he was definitely closely related to him. In other words, before Shening took over this plane, the God Fiend asked that person to temporarily seal the plane cracks. But now, he had retracted the array and didn't even bother to greet them. Could it be that he fell out with the God Fiend? And just by looking at the number of cracks, it was obvious that this plane had long been pierced into a sieve. Who knew how much trouble there would be? The more Lone Moon thought about it, the more his head hurt. Shenjing was right. This plane was a huge F*king trap. What should they do now? They did not even know who set up the arrays. Who knew what other tricks the other party had up his sleeves? Master. I Ching suddenly thought of something. Can you trace the source of the special immortal chi on the arrays? Lone Moon's eyes brightened. Indeed, if they knew where the immortal chi came from, they would definitely be able to find out who set up the arrays. Let me try. She quickly finished the fruit in her hand and tapped on the light screen in front of her. After a while she stopped. Nothing. The two's expressions darkened. Indeed, they could not find it. But we can trace this. Shening suddenly took out a transparent box filled with purple gas. This is the purple gas that the new Demon King wants to snatch. The two were stunned and immediately reacted. That's right. Shening said that the array in the Demon Palace had been modified. That was why the light beam that almost wiped out the demons appeared. It was obvious that the person who had altered the array was the new Demon King, who had disguised himself as a demon. And the person who could change the formation must be someone very familiar with the formation. He definitely knew who had set up the formation to seal the plane crack. What's more, the other party's target was the unknown purple chi in Shenying's hands. In other words, he would definitely appear in a place with this purple aura. Shening opened her hand, and the box containing the purple chi flew up. Wisps of chi floated out of it, and floated towards the 3000 Worlds light ball. However, there was no reaction from the 3000 Worlds. In less than a moment, the purple gas returned to the box. No! Lone Moon was shocked. How was that possible? Shening pointed to where the box was. Chef, what is that place? I Ching looked in the direction she was pointing. He took a closer look and said, those on the left should be mortal realms, and those on the right should be immortal realms. What about the middle? The middle? I Ching was stunned. He looked at the pitch-black space in the middle. Master, that's the void between the immortal realm and the mortal realm. There's nothing. Before he could finish, Shening suddenly waved her hand. Immediately, the 3000 worlds enlarged in front of them. It was especially so for the void that he had just mentioned. In the next moment, a pitch-black ball appeared in the middle. This is... Lone Moon and I Ching were shocked. They took a closer look and realized that the bead was covered with a layer of black chi. It blended into the darkness around it. This was a hidden realm. It's demonic chi. Lone Moon immediately conjured a seal. In an instant, the black chi on the light ball dissipated completely, revealing a complete light ball. And in the box containing the purple chi just now, a wisp of purple chi pointed towards that realm. Which realm is this? The two of them looked confused. They never knew that there was another hidden realm between the mortal realm and the immortal realm. And the layer of demonic chi that covered the realm just now obviously belonged to the God Fiend. Why did he hide this realm? No matter where this is, it must have something to do with the person who broke the array. I Ching said in a low voice. We'll know once we go in. Lone Moon nodded. Let's go in and find that person first. With that said, he waved his hand in the air and was about to enter that realm. Wait a minute. Shening suddenly tugged at him. What's the matter? Air. I just wanted to say something first. Shening gave him a look that said, I'll make it clear this time, so that he wouldn't have to deduct my food expenses. This realm has disconnected from the plane. Lone Moon. I Ching. What? What do you mean disconnected? Lone Moon stepped forward and asked. To put it simply, this realm is independent. Shenning thought for a moment and added, "In the words of this plane, it is no longer under the heavenly Tao." Ha! Lone Moon was stunned. Isn't this one of the 3,000 worlds? How could it not be under the heavenly Tao? He paused and suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened. Don't tell me this realm is also from another plane? No. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then why is it disconnected? Are planes allowed to be independent? In theory, it's not allowed. She shook her head. But this plane is different. Lone Moon understood instantly. This plane was a sieve. Master is worried that our powers might be restricted after entering this world? I Ching asked. Shenning nodded. Never mind. Lone Moon clenched his fists. Let's go first. Even if they couldn't find the person who set up the array, they could find the god fiend and beat him up first. Father Neo, all the best. Shenning hurriedly waved. The figure who was about to fly into that realm paused and turned to the two people behind him who had nothing to do with him. He shouted, "The two of you die too. We're going too." Bullsh*T. Whose plane was this, hey? So troublesome. Shut up. Lone Moon only saw a white light flash in front of him. The next moment he was already on a narrow path. He subconsciously sensed the aura around him and was surprised to find that the air was actually filled with immortal chi and not spirit chi. But compared to the immortal realm, the immortal chi here was obviously much thinner. Could this be the effect of disconnecting from the plane? Shenning, look for. He turned and was about to remind Shenning to take out that ball of purple chi from before and look for clues, but only felt that there was no one beside him. Where is she? There was no one beside him. Not only Shenning, even Chef was gone. Chapter 357. Lone Moon hurriedly opened the communication device on his wristband, but there was no response at all. Could this be the restriction that Shenning was talking about? Not only was the location of entry random, but he could not use his assistant's authority in this interface? Then where was he going to find someone? He looked around and decided to find an immortal city to ask about the situation first. He was just about to fly on his sword when suddenly there were a few whooshing sounds in the air. After a few bird cries, a huge green bird suddenly appeared in the sky. With a light flap of its wings, a strong wind was stirred up, and in the next moment, a huge shadow fell down. Lone Moon subconsciously wanted to summon his immortal sword, but saw the huge bird's figure flash, instantly transforming into a human form, smiling as it walked towards him. Fellow immortal, where are you going? Do you need professional bird service? We will provide you with a luxurious ride, exclusive service, 0 immortal power consumption, 5-star enjoyment. DDB's beating rating is 99%. What the hell? Seeing that fellow immortal looks unfamiliar, there is a 30% discount for new customers. Just 3 mid-grade immortal stones. You can stop and leave immediately, guaranteed to arrive at your destination. Fellow immortal, are you leaving now? With that said, he even patted himself hard on the back. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. No need, I'll fly myself. With that said, he directly flew on his sword. Fellow immortal, don't go. Flying on a sword consumes a lot of immortal power. If 30% is not enough, 40% is fine too. How about 50%? What was going on? Lone Moon looked confused. He sped up on his sword and released his divine perception, only to find that there was an immortal city not far away. Indeed, in a short while, there were many palaces in front of him. He directly landed, only to see that there was a huge stone tablet outside the immortal city. On it was written a row of flamboyant words. Shangfang Immortal City welcomes you. Lone Moon was stunned. Why did this type of welcome sound so familiar? Coupled with the DD beast beating he had encountered previously, he suddenly had a bad feeling. After hesitating for a while, he walked in. Almost in an instant, he heard the sound of bustling. Big sale of 50% off. All immortal pills in Pill Tripod Pavilion are on sale. 50% of everything. 50% of everything. Only for this day. First come first serve. Treasure Tower clearance sale. Celestial artifacts that used to cost dozens or hundreds of celestial stones will now only cost 5 mid-grade celestial stones. Just 5 mid-grade celestial stones. You can choose any celestial artifact from level 1 to level 5. Shangfang Civil and Martial Immortal School is recruiting students. Our school has a top mystic immortal to teach. Your dream of ascension can be fulfilled in 100 years. Anyone below the Earth Immortal level could sign up. All tuition fees will be refunded to those who fail to ascend to immortality upon graduation. Shangfang Civil and Martial Immortal School is the best place for you to raise your cultivation. Are you still distressed over the fact that you formed your gold core too late, and that your appearance is getting old? Are you still regretting giving up on meridian cleansing and body reconstruction? The Brilliant Color Workshop's top-notch face casting pill will fulfill your immortal dreams. 7th grade Spirit Beast Egg. Lone Moon. This is Immortal City. Looking at these avant-garde marketing methods and familiar advertising slogans, did they hire a planner from another dimension? Or did they travel through time together? Lone Moon's heart sank. There was obviously something wrong with this world, and it was very serious. There could be more than one invader. He had to find Shenning quickly. Just as he was about to find out more about the situation, he suddenly heard a loud bang. He subconsciously looked up, only to see something suddenly rising into the sky not far away, exploding in the sky like fireworks. A huge golden array instantly enveloped the entire immortal city. There was no immortal pressure in that array at all. It was just like a mark, shining brightly in the sky. Wow, that's a big deal. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the cultivators on the street all exclaimed. There was no panic in their voices, but rather some envy. I wonder which rich family actually bought a citywide immortal seal. That's right. Once this mark appears, tens of immortal cities around can see it. This is the first time I've seen a citywide immortal seal. I wonder if the other party can earn back the price of this mark with such a big promotion. Rich great cultivators are indeed different. So the array in the sky was just an advertisement? Straight face, it's coming, the mark is activated. Look. Someone reminded. All the cultivators on the street looked up, and Lone Moon subconsciously followed suit. They saw that the golden array in the sky suddenly began to change. The entire array diagram began to merge and change shape, turning into a large golden star that scattered down. In the middle, a word appeared faintly, becoming clearer and clearer. In less than 5 minutes, it finally formed into 3 striking words. Father Nyo. F***ck. What is Father Nyo? Has anyone heard of it? I've never heard of it. Could it be some top-grade elixir? Maybe it's some rare Dharma treasure. No. I think it must be some special cultivation technique. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. His entire body was filled with killing intent. He conjured a wind-riding spell, turned and rushed towards the place where the array had just risen. Those 2 idiots. Fuck you. He rushed all the way to the square in the center of the immortal city. Indeed, from afar, he saw a platform in the middle of the square. There were 2 familiar people standing on it. One of them was sitting lazily on a chair, nibbling on a fruit. The other stood behind him, holding a huge banner in his hand. On it, in golden words, was written, "Search for Father Nyo with a large sum of money." The 2 of them scanned the crowd in front of them while chatting casually. Chef, do you think Father Nyo will see it? Don't worry, Master. With his cultivation, even if he doesn't meet up with us, he won't be in danger. Then how many immortal stones do we owe in total? Including the fireworks just now, a total of 45,105 mid-grade immortal stones. Chef, hurry. Release your divine perception and search every inch of the area. We must find Father Nyo. Yes, Master, no problem, Master. Lone Moon, who had just arrived at the square, stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, he turned and left without hesitation. Damn it, I don't know these 2 idiots. Father Nyo. Shenning, however, recognized him at lightning speed. Chef, stop him. Yes, Master. In the next moment, a wave of sword rain fell in front of Lone Moon, directly surrounding him tightly. The surrounding cultivators all retreated. In an instant, only Lone Moon, who was surrounded by immortal swords, was left in the middle of the square. Shenning stood up with a whoosh, raised her right hand high and greeted enthusiastically. Yo! Father Nyo! Get lost! Don't think that I will repay your debt. Lone Moon deeply realized that he had raised two idiots who were losing money. It had only been less than 4 hours since they separated, but the two could actually spend tens of thousands of mid-grade immortal stones in a small immortal city, and they were only eating, and did not buy any Dharma artifacts or Dharma treasures. Lone Moon clutched his bag of immortal stones. His heart was bleeding. More than 40,000 mid-grade immortal stones. More than 40,000. Rounded up, it was 100 million. How many? Apui. How long did he have to do business? How many spirit herbs and immortal artifacts he had to sell to make up for it? For the 101st time every day, he wanted to sell these two idiots. Chapter 358. How on earth did you two owe so much money? Lone Moon glared at the two of them. Father Neo, Shining was just about to answer. Shut up. Lone Moon stopped her directly, and turned to look at Chef beside him. Speak. Never mind Shining. He was used to being tricked by her. Since when did even Chef become so unreliable? When Master and I came over, we happened to be in different directions of this immortal city. I Ching explained. It was already past lunchtime. When I found Master, she was eating at a Immortal Cuisine restaurant in the city. Master was too hungry, and ate a little too much. That's it. Chef's gaze drifted before he continued. I found that the spirit rice in that restaurant was not bad, so I bought some along the way. Are you guys eating a dine and dash? Even if you ate and packed spirit rice, it wouldn't cost tens of thousands of immortal stones, right? Most cultivators abstained from eating, so it was not necessary for them to eat. Therefore, those kinds of restaurants for cultivators were not considered expensive. A meal cost hundreds of immortal stones at most. We spent 83 immortal stones. Then where did the rest come from? The rest? I Ching's expression changed. He coughed before continuing. After we finished eating, we realized that we did not bring immortal stones, so we rented a table to look for you, and bought a missing person firework along the way. Then, it came to tens of thousands. So, Lone Moon took a deep breath. For 80-odd immortal stones for a meal, you spent tens of thousands just to find me to pay the bill. Master and disciple froze, and looked up at the sky together. That, Father Neo, don't mind such details. She really did not know that a firework would be so expensive. Get lost. I don't want to be your Father Neo. Don't think about next month's living expenses. Go eat your spirit rice. Father Neo. Ya mighty. Winky face. Hey, are you going to pay the bill or not? The boss who had been standing at the side was getting impatient. He glanced at the three of them. It's a total of 45,005 middle-grade immortal stones. You have to pay it in full by today. This shop does not take credit. If you don't intend to pay for them, then don't blame me for extracting their cultivation and refining it into an immortal pill to repay the debt. As he spoke, he looked the two of them up and down, then snorted lightly. I thought you guys had some sort of backer, but you really can't afford it. If you don't have money, why would you buy an immortal city seal? No money? F***CK. Who are you calling poor? Lone Moon's expression darkened. He took out a bag of immortal stones and threw it over. 45,105 mid-grade immortal stones, right? Here are 500 superior-grade immortal stones. Keep the change. He hated it the most when people said he had no money. You can't even talk about my daughter. High-grade celestial stone. The boss was shocked and immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum. Looks like this little deity is worrying too much. If a mortal friend wants to issue an immortal city seal next time, our shop will give you a discount. No need. Seeing that the other party's expression wasn't very good, the boss didn't say much. Then I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your patronage. With that said, he took the bag of immortal stones and left. Lone Moon looked at the boss walking away. Something flashed across his eyes. He desperately suppressed the urge to beat the two of them up. He held the two of them and lectured them for a full 2 hours. Only then did he start to think about the situation in the entire immortal city. Ever since he came to this realm, he always felt that every place was filled with strangeness. Everything he saw along the way was too out of the ordinary. Those avant-garde advertisements, and that strange immortal city seal in the air. He had a bold guess in his heart, but he didn't have time to verify it. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at the two cheaters behind him and said, "Shining, the two of you stay here and don't walk around. I'll go. Buy some oranges?" Shining subconsciously replied. The corner of Lonemoon's mouth twitched. "Get lost?" Lonemoon asked around in the immortal city, before he roughly understood the situation in this world. It was different from the mortal realm and the immortal realm. This was a world where immortals and mortals lived together. All mortals here could cultivate, from chi refinement all the way to mystic immortal. As for Stygian immortal and exalted immortal above mystic immortal, there seemed to be no such concept here. Or rather, no one had risen to such a cultivation level. And it was not like the cultivators of other realms, where there would be lightning tribulations every time they advanced. Lonemoon guessed that this might be because this realm was not under the heavenly Tao, so naturally there would be no heavenly tribulations. The cultivation system here was also extremely complicated. Other than the cultivation of the 5 elemental spirit roots, there was actually magic, battle chi, ancient martial arts, all kinds of cultivation methods. Just like the advertisement that Shining used to look for him in the sky previously, he only found out later that it was actually a magic array. Although it was also condensed from immortal chi, the effect was completely different. No wonder he didn't see any immortal pressure from that array at all. There were also many sects, schools, or training camps in this realm, all places to improve one's cultivation. It could be said that 100 flowers were blooming, good and bad mixed together. But the people here seemed to be used to it, and didn't find it strange. Combined with what he saw before, the sales methods that were completely different from the immortal spirit plane, Lonemoon guessed that there might have been more than one invader in this world. Although he had long known that this plane might have long been pierced into a sieve, but seeing this sieve with his own eyes, he still felt shocked. So it's because of this that the God Fiend hid this world? I Ching frowned. Very likely. Lonemoon nodded. He should have gathered all those invaders in this world. That's why this place is so strange. The God Fiend separated it from the 3,000 realms, probably because he was afraid that these invaders would affect other realms. But the people here don't look like invaders to me. Indeed not, Lonemoon said. I just asked around. The knowledge they know outside the immortal cultivation world is all taught by their predecessors. The first people who knew about it are long dead. Which means that the invaders who were isolated from this world by the God Fiend have actually long disappeared. The people in this world now are all the descendants of those invaders? Was this a world transformed by a travel group? It should be so. That's impossible. I Ching shook his head. This world is isolated from the heavenly Tao, which means that the souls here can't enter samsara. Then where did the people here come from? They couldn't have appeared out of thin air, could they? I can't figure that out either. Lonemoon frowned. He indeed couldn't sense the aura of the river of forgetfulness in this world, which meant that this was a place where one could only enter but not exit. But the cultivators here were clearly not less than any other realm. So where did these people come from? Looks like we can only ask the God Fiend about this. Lonemoon nudged Shining beside him. Have you found any clues about that purple gas? Oh, Shining seemed to have just remembered the matter at hand. She took out that purple gas box. In the next instant, a tiny thread rushed towards the right side of everyone. In the south. That's north. Lonemoon frowned, gave Chef a look, then flew up on his sword and flew in that direction. Chapter 359. The three of them followed the purple thread. In order to take care of that tiny thread of purple chi, they flew slowly. From time to time, a few cultivators flew past them. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but the further north they flew, the more cultivators there were, and all of them seemed especially happy and excited. Some even greeted them in a friendly manner. They didn't care at first, until there were more and more people around them, and everyone who passed by looked at them weirdly. Lonemoon vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it, because he was thinking about the purple chi, until Shining, who was on I Ching's sword, suddenly said, it's gone." The two of them stopped, then realized that the thread in Shen Ying's hand suddenly broke, and not a single thread floated over. What's going on? If the aura didn't disappear, it should mean that we're already here. I Ching reminded. Only then did the three of them start to look around. Looking down, they saw a lake below them, and there seemed to be a small island in the lake. They could vaguely see that there were many people gathered on the island. All of them had smiles on their faces, as if they were discussing something. It was very lively. The three of them exchanged a look, then landed. Just as they were about to check if there was the same purple chi on the island, there was suddenly a silence. The island that was very lively just a moment ago was suddenly silent, and all the cultivators on the island suddenly looked towards them. Their eyes were full of shock and disbelief, and the way they looked at them became even weirder. Loman's heart sank. Could it be that this island was some private property, and others couldn't step foot on it? But these people obviously didn't look like they were from the same sect, and there were no array formations or restrictions on this island. Why were they looking at him like that? Lone Moon was confused, but he habitually raised his business smile and greeted, "Greetings, fellow immortals." He was just about to ask about the situation when suddenly a cold snort came from the opposite side. Humph. It's so offensive it's unsightly. A man in a long green robe suddenly swept a look at him and Chef, his face full of disgust, as if looking at them one more time would dirty his eyes. You've tarnished such a sacred place for no reason. With that said, he directly tied the red cloth in his hand to the branch at the side, pulled a female cultivator beside him and flew away. What was going on? Loman's mouth twitched. He hadn't offended this cultivator, had he? All he did was greet him. Wasn't he talking to him alone? What did he do to provoke him? The moment the azure-clothed cultivator left, the silence from before was broken. The cultivators at the scene became lively again, but their voices were clearly much quieter. Although their gazes would occasionally glance in their direction, they would intentionally or unintentionally stay away from the three of them. There were even quite a few people who followed the azure-clothed cultivator away. After a moment, the originally crowded island became empty. The trio. Meow meow meow. Fellow immortal, don't worry about it. Suddenly, a cultivator in a blue robe stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. Those cultivators are obviously from Shuya City. They're used to being conservative, that's why they can't accept it. The two fellow immortals are already here, so there's no need to care about the opinions of others. As soon as these words were spoken, more people came forward and looked at them with sympathy. They all tried to persuade them one after another. Fellow immortal is right. The two of you deserve praise for your courage. Don't worry about those rumors, just treat each other with sincerity. Yes, nothing in this world is perfect. Even if there's no result, it's enough to show your sincerity. I also think that the two of you will be fine. That's right. Man proposes, God disposes. Perhaps there really will be a miracle. More and more people came forward. In an instant, the entire island was divided into two groups of people. One group looked distressed, as if they had just suffered a great injustice. The other group was full of disdain, as if taking another look would dirty their eyes. Wait. Lone Moon was confused. Why did it feel so strange? What were these people talking about? He was just about to ask. The blue-robed cultivator, who first came to comfort him, suddenly materialized a red ribbon and stuffed it into his hand with an enthusiastic expression. Come, take it, fellow immortal, go ahead first. No matter what the result is, just take it as a token of our appreciation. With that said, he gave Lone Moon a push to the big tree in the middle of the island. Together with him was Chef, who looked equally confused, and was also stuffed with a red ribbon. What was going on? Lone Moon and Chef exchanged a look. They looked at the ribbon in their hands, then looked at the people around them, who were looking at them with encouraging eyes. Only then did they realize that the people standing here were a man and a woman, a pair. Suddenly they had a bad feeling. Well, may I ask, what tree is this? The cultivator in blue behind them smiled and said even more kindly, Fellow immortal, don't worry. You've come to the right place. If you don't believe me, look at the stone tablet at the side. Lone Moon turned to look. Indeed, there was a stone tablet under the tree. On it, a few golden words formed by immortal spells were shining. Child-giving marriage tree. Lone Moon. I Ching. The two of them stiffened, as if they had been petrified. They had the urge to stab their own eyes. Pray, pray, pray for children. Beg your sister, ah. So these people were looking at them strangely just now. Did they think they were here to pray for children? Him and I Ching. How did they know they were here to pray for children? And what the hell was with him and Chef? Even if you're a civ, do you have to be so imaginative? How did they look like a couple? What's more, Shening was clearly standing beside Chef. No one would suspect that he and Chef were a couple, right? Are you guys blind? Wait. Chef, why did you suddenly retreat so far away? I'm straight. Master, I used my divine perception to check. There are no traces of purple chi here. Let's go look elsewhere. With that said, he carried Shening onto his sword and flew out. Lone Moon. A while later. You two little rascals come back. The surrounding couples. Huh? What was going on? When did the woman on the sword come? Why was there another person in the relationship that was not allowed in the world? Triangle. In an instant, the fire of gossip on the island of marriage burned. What do we do now? Lone Moon, who had finally caught up with the two of them, sighed and turned to look at them. His mouth twitched. Chef, why are you hiding so far away? Air. I Ching subconsciously looked up at the sky. I'll say it again. I'm straight. Lone Moon resisted the urge to beat them up. Enough with the two of you. Let's talk business. Get over here. I'm just worried that you'll lead Master astray. Chapter 360. Only then did I Ching bring Shening closer. Lone Moon frowned and suppressed his anger. He said, the clue to the purple gas is broken. If we want to find it, then dash. It's not broken. Shening suddenly said. What? Lone Moon faltered. Shening suddenly handed over the box containing the purple gas. The thin line that extended from the box appeared again. But this time, it was pointing towards the west. Holy shit. When did it appear again? I don't know. Shening tilted her head. I just found it again. Lone Moon took the box from her and looked at it carefully. Never mind. Let's look in the direction it's leading us. With that said, she flew in the direction of the purple light. I Ching hurriedly followed. Master, just dash. I Ching was about to say a few words when he realized that Shening was looking in the direction of the fertility tree. She looked like she was thinking about something. Master? Master? Huh? Is there something wrong? Shening turned back. After thinking for a while, she said, Chef, don't you think that just now dash? Found it. Lone Moon suddenly stopped. He looked at the box in his hand and pointed downwards. It's down there. Indeed. The box containing the purple gas was emitting a faint purple light. It seemed like it was being led by something. The few of them landed directly. To their surprise, there was actually a dense forest below them. There were tall and strong trees everywhere, and it seemed that very few people set foot in it. As soon as they entered the forest, even the sunlight dimmed, and the surroundings became a little dark. The three of them were a little surprised. Previously, the purple gas was hidden in the Dharma artifacts that looked like accessories. Naturally, they also thought that other places with purple gas should be hidden in Dharma artifacts. But this forest did not look like a place to store Dharma artifacts. Lone Moon directly scanned the area with a spell, but did not find anything. He frowned. Why is there no reaction? If there was nothing wrong with the purple gas, the thing should be here. The few of them looked around for a while. Father Nyo, don't you think? I Ching suddenly pointed to the trees around them. The position of the trees around here is a little strange. Trees. It was then that Lone Moon noticed the tall trees around him. He looked around carefully, and his eyes widened. This is an array formation. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Arrays had always required energy to be maintained. Spiritual chi, immortal chi, and devil chi were all fine. However, this formation was maintained by natural trees. The plants were rooted in the ground, and there were immortal veins flowing underground. More or less, the immortal veins would be absorbed into the plants. This formation relied on this to lay down a natural concealment formation. People would only think that there was an abundance of immortal energy here, and would not notice that there was an array formation here. This was the first time they had seen such a technique, and they couldn't help but praise the creativity of the person who set up the array. Lone Moon walked towards one of the trees and sent a sliver of immortal chi over. He forcefully changed the direction of the array and broke it. Almost in the blink of an eye, the lush forest in front of them twisted, as if a green curtain had been lifted. The forest disappeared in an instant, and a majestic palace instantly appeared in front of the three of them. The surrounding immortal chi flourished, making one feel as though they were bathing in an immortal vein. There should be a historical site inside. Lone Moon looked at the palace that was wrapped in immortal chi and looked a little blurry. Let's go in and take a look. Be careful. With that said, he stepped in first, and I Ching followed. Shen Ying was the last to enter. The moment she stepped in, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at the forest behind them. Master. I Ching saw that she had stopped and turned back to ask. Shen Ying's eyes darkened, and then she turned back to follow. It's nothing, let's go. In front of them was a path that looked like it was made of jade, winding towards the palace in front. It was not a long distance, but it was floating in the air step by step. The three of them walked up step by step. The path was not long, and in a short while they arrived at a square. The square was huge, the kind that they could not see the end of. They directly flew over on their swords and arrived in front of the palace. They saw that there was a red horizontal board hanging high above the palace. On it were 3 words, Purple Night Palace. The words were bold and powerful, as though they contained some kind of nomological power. Lone Moon and I Ching could not help but frown, and after a glance, they did not look closely. Shen Ying, on the other hand, looked up excitedly for a long while. Hey! The door to the palace was tightly shut. Lone Moon originally thought that there would at least be 1 or 2 arrays blocking the door. Unexpectedly, he only gave it a gentle push, and the door creaked open, and there was a series of echoes. The three of them walked into the palace and looked. Just like the outside, there was no one inside. The immortal chi was obviously as thick as the immortal world heavenly palace, but for some reason, it gave them a gloomy feeling. It seemed that this place had been abandoned for a long time. The strange thing was that there seemed to be no damage in the surroundings. It was unbelievably clean, but there was no sign of anyone. Quick, look in the middle. I Ching pointed to the place in the palace where the immortal chi was the thickest. Lone Moon turned to look, and there was a faint purple light coming from there. His heart tightened, and he hurried over. Indeed, in the middle of the palace, there was a white jade platform, on which a lamp was burning. But the lamp was not lit by a flame, but a wisp of smoke like purple chi. Found it. Lone Moon was delighted, and picked up the lamp. There is indeed purple. Father Nyo. Before he could finish, I Ching's eyes widened, and he looked at him in shock. Put it down quickly. Huh. Lone Moon was stunned, and turned to look, only to see that the purple chi on the lamp had suddenly turned into a purple flame, spreading towards him at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it climbed up his arm, as though it was going to swallow him whole. He subconsciously wanted to let go, but he could not. His hand was completely numb. I Ching directly swept a beam of sword chi in the direction of his hand, and then the purple flame was forced back. With a clang, the lamp fell to the ground, and Lone Moon's entire sleeve was burnt, and a large wound appeared on his arm. His heart was instantly shocked. What sorcery was that just now? He actually did not feel anything at all. Before he could think carefully, the palace door suddenly closed with a loud bang. The array of the entire palace lit up, and in an instant, the originally slightly dark palace was illuminated by a white light. Suddenly, a beam of light fell from the sky, directly breaking a big hole in the palace. A man's voice suddenly sounded with some vicissitudes. You're finally here, manager. Chapter 361. A few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. A quick count showed that there were more than 10 of them. There were both men and women, all of them emanating immortal chi. They carried with them a threatening aura, even more powerful than the celestial emperor's cultivation. Lone Moon's heart sank. He scanned the people in the sky and realized that beside the man who had just spoken was the missing new demon king. However, there was no demonic chi around him. Instead, he was filled with immortal chi. The strange thing was that their immortal chi was completely different from that of immortal cultivators. It seemed to be exceptionally thick. Loman's mind flashed. He looked at that person and said, "You led us here on purpose." "That's right." That person snorted and turned to look at the three people below. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. "That plane should have collapsed long ago. You should not exist at all. You should not have a manager." Loanmoon was shocked. They already knew Xin Ying's identity. "Who are you people? We're here to end you." The person who spoke first answered. He did not seem to have any intention of explaining to them. His eyes turned cold. "Don't worry. Once you die, we will personally send this entire plane on its way." With that said, he waved his hand, and the people behind him rushed towards them with swords in hand. The array around them grew brighter. The blinding white light suddenly condensed into sharp blades that covered the sky and earth. A huge suppressive force instantly filled every corner. Even Loanmoon and I Ching felt their hearts stop. It was clearly just immortal chi, but it had a more terrifying suppressive force than god power. Loanmoon subconsciously conjured a seal to summon his immortal sword to defend himself. But he felt that all the immortal power in his body was gone. Not only did he not summon his immortal sword, he even lost contact with his intrinsic Dharma artifact. The immortal chi around him was so thick that it was unimaginable. Yet he could not use any of it. He could not even use any spells. It was as if all his cultivation was suddenly destroyed. He watched helplessly as a blade slashed across his body, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was shocked. But he saw that I Ching beside him was also confused. He could only barely use his sword to block the blades that were attacking him from all directions. What was going on? What array is this? Strange. You can't use your powers? As if sensing their confusion, the person in the sky laughed coldly. Haven't you noticed that this plane no longer belongs to you? The moment you entered the hall, we had already separated this place from your plane. In other words, you are no longer in your own territory. Even if you are a manager, you can't do anything to us. Leave the plane. Loanmoon was shocked. You're invaders. Humph. Invasion. He suddenly laughed coldly, but his tone was full of mockery. Even the eyes of the others instantly emitted a bone-deep hatred. So in your eyes, we're just invaders. His eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. Monstrous anger immediately surged out, and even his eyes were stained with the color of blood. He said word by word, "Even if we invade and destroy this world, you and the god fiend owe us." Demon god. They were stunned. What did that bastard do this time? That person's expression became even more ferocious, and there were faint signs of madness. But he did not continue to explain. Instead, he shouted to his companions who were attacking him, "Capture that manager first." The few who were still fighting with I Ching immediately turned and flew in Xin Ying's direction. "Master!" Chef panicked. He wanted to turn and stop them, but it was already too late. What's more, his powers were useless here. There was no way he could rush over. He could only watch as more than 10 figures flew behind him at lightning speed and grabbed Xining and Father Niu, who was beside her. I Ching. Xining. Meow meow meow. Loanmoon. Son of AB *TCH. In the next moment, Loanmoon had already been grabbed and brought to the side of the leader in the sky. A circle of spells directly lit up beside him, locking him in place. A purple light flashed between the hands of the person who spoke earlier. Immediately, a sharp blade burning with purple flames condensed. The flames were exactly the same as the one on the lamp just now. Since you're a manager, then die with the plane. With that said, he raised the sharp blade in his hand and chopped it down. Holy shit! Loanmoon's heart tightened. Subconsciously he shouted, "Xining!" Just as the purple flames were about to cut him, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and directly grabbed the purple sharp blade. The blade instantly stopped less than 4 fingers away from Loanmoon. It could not go any closer. A sigh came from the side. He's not a manager. Xining, who suddenly appeared in the sky, tilted her head and said, "I am." What? The person had not yet recovered from the shock of recognizing the wrong person. Xin Ying's hand that was holding the blade tightened. There was a crisp sound, and the blade condensed from purple flames instantly shattered. It turned into a fluorescent light and disappeared. That person was stunned. In the next moment he only felt his vision blur. The world spun and his whole body was in intense pain. Shening picked up the leader with one hand. Like playing badminton, she raised the person in her hand and knocked down the figures around them one by one. Not a single one was left. Suddenly, there was a series of rumbling sounds in the hall. More than 10 figures fell like dumplings. Some smashed into the floor, some smashed into the walls, some smashed into the pillars. In an instant, there were several artistic human-shaped holes in the entire hall. In less than half a minute, the array formations in the hall all dimmed. The entire hall rumbled and collapsed completely. That's why reasoning and whatnot was really so troublesome. Shening sighed. Only then did she throw the racket in her hand. Apui! It was the leader who threw it down. Father Nyo, who was holding the racket, landed beside Chef. He grabbed the spell runes that trapped him and gently pulled them out of Loman's body. So this is a manager. The person who was thrown down struggled to raise his head. He looked at Shening with a very complicated expression. There seemed to be hatred and resentment, but also a trace of undetectable envy. He laughed coldly and said, "The power of a manager comes from the plane they manage. I clearly already isolated you from that plane, but you still..." "Oh." Shening tilted her head and thought about it seriously before answering. "I can only say that you know nothing about managers?" The corner of Loman's mouth twitched. It wasn't that he knew nothing about managers. It was that he knew nothing about this person who had cheats. He and Chef were clearly suppressed, but you weren't. I can't accept this. The person's eyes were filled with even more hatred. Hatred rushed out like a broken dam. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The craziness in his eyes intensified. Why can such a despicable plane find a manager? Why can a despicable person like Godfiend's plane be completely stable? Why do we have to be robbed of our original power and banished to the outside world? We can't accept this. If we must be destroyed, your plane should be destroyed too. He seemed to use the last of his strength to shout at the three people. The three of them were stunned. Before they could understand what he meant, there was a flash of purple light in his hand. A familiar purple box appeared. Wasn't this the box that Shening used to seal the purple gas in? Lone Moon subconsciously touched his side. It was indeed gone. When did he snatch it? His heart sank. What are you trying to do? But it was too late. There was a flash of purple light in the other party's hand. Immediately, the purple gas in the box surged out wildly and drilled straight into the ground. Chapter 362. In the next moment, a purple crack spread out in all directions. In an instant, it covered the entire sky and earth. The world shook violently, and the rumbling sounds of collapse rang out incessantly. That purple light slowly faded, and even the sky seemed to be torn apart, with several cracks appearing. It was like the divine realm of the god fiend, only the speed of collapse was faster. In just a few breaths' time, the entire place was in ruins. The chaotic energy that belonged to the void poured out from the crack in all directions. Everything withered in an instant. Life faded. You want to destroy this small world? Lone Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. This was clearly the collapse of the entire plane. Your plane should have collapsed a long time ago. The man's eyes became more and more crazed. He was filled with the determination to perish together with Lone Moon. Not just this plane. The other 3,000 worlds should not exist either. You're crazy. Lone Moon looked at the increasingly broken plane in front of him. Do you know how many living beings there are in this plane? And if you destroy this place, you'll die too. So what? He suddenly laughed maniacally. He turned to look at Shening. His eyes lit up with excitement. We should have died a long time ago. As long as we kill the manager, your entire plane will be buried with us. This man had gone crazy. This plane has already been completely cut off from the plane. As long as it is destroyed, even the manager cannot escape. Let them perish together with this plane. That's not for sure, Shening suddenly said. Shening suddenly spoke. She did not look anxious at all. She took out a box and tossed it out. It was a box that looked similar to the transparent cube from before. But this one was red. As soon as the box flew out, it instantly grew in size. covering the entire plane with an earth-shattering force. Wherever it passed through, the turbid gas that gushed in from the cracks faded away. Although there were still cracks everywhere, the entire interface seemed to have been paused. Not only did it collapse, but even time seemed to have stopped. Loneman's body relaxed. The pressure that had just appeared on him suddenly disappeared. He looked up at the sky. It was so big that he could not see it anymore. There was only a faint layer of red light left. Yet it was as if it spanned across the sky. What? Where did you get so many boxes? Isolator. After thinking for a while, she added, in the past, when my sister was angry, she locked me in a little red room. So it was Shenjing's work again. However, this little red house was a little too big. It had already enclosed a small world. What did you do? The person who was laughing maniacally on the ground a moment ago looked around in disbelief. This small world had clearly cracked open, so why did it stop? Were managers really that powerful? Even if this small world had already left the plane, she could still easily stop it from collapsing. Shening did not intend to answer him. She walked over and pulled him out of the pit. She said seriously, "We are reasonable. You can tell me your story now." That person was taken aback. Before he could react, a voice came from the other side. "Let go of the primordial chaos, sage." At some point in time, a person climbed out of the pit. It was a familiar person. It was the fake demon king who stole the dowry last time. Perhaps because Shening had knocked him a little too hard, he could still force himself to stand up. He glared at Shening angrily and threatened in a low voice. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his hand. Instantly, a purple light flashed and a familiar figure appeared beside him. His entire body was tied up like a dumpling by chains of purple qi. His face was pale, and he could not move. His aura was also much weaker. The dumpling looked up and his eyes lit up. He called out, "Boss." It was the god fiend who had been missing for a long time. Indeed, he had been captured by these people. The fake demon king conjured an immortal sword and placed it against the god fiend's neck. Once again he shouted, "Let go of primordial chaos. Otherwise I will kill him." The three of them were stunned. They exchanged a look and then replied in unison, "All right." Three. The fake demon king. The god fiend. "What? Kill him, kill him. There's no use in it anyway." "That's right. This fellow only knows how to cause trouble. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time." "As you wish. Hurry up and do it." The god fiend's heart ached. After all, he had been calling her boss for so many days. Was he really so unimportant? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. "Master, it's almost time for dinner." I Ching calculated and stepped forward to remind Shening. "Oh." Shening nodded. She looked around at the mess and said, "It's too dirty here. Let's go back and eat." With that said, she reached out a finger and drew a line in the air. The air twisted and a passage opened up. Plain passage. The person who was still being held opened his eyes wide in shock. How is this possible? He had clearly completely cut off the plane connection with this small world. What's more, half of it had already collapsed. By right, he should have returned to the chaos. How was it that she could easily open a plane and teleport back? Lone Moon glanced at him and said, "Just get used to it." There was no need to talk about logic in front of a cheat. Seeing that the few of them were leaving just like that, the man who was holding the god fiend looked confused. "Wait, are you really not going to save the god fiend?" Angle. Shening suddenly thought of something. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look at them. "Oh yes, you haven't eaten either, have you? Let's eat together." With that said, the man felt a suction force coming from behind him. A white light flashed before his eyes. The next moment, he was standing in a starry sky. Not far from the ground, there were more than 10 people who had been smashed into the ground by Shening. They had not woken up yet. There were also light balls of various sizes surrounding them. One of them was especially obvious. It was contained in a translucent red box. Inside it, there were scattered pieces. It was the small world they were in just now. "Master, please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon." I Ching habitually conjured a table, chair, bowls, and chopsticks. Then he took out the remaining roasted dragon meat. With a flash of sword light, he cut it into pieces and placed them on the table. Master, if you're hungry, eat this first. All right. Shening nodded. She threw the man in her hands onto the chair beside her. She picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Because it was sealed with sorcery, it was still hot. Delicious. Chef then turned and disappeared under the starry sky. He headed toward the newly built grassy kitchen in the divine realm. Shening ate half a bowl of roasted meat before she thought of something. She glanced at the man beside her. Do you want to eat? Only by eating can one have the strength to reason. Hong Meng was stunned. For a moment, he could not figure out what she meant. Why did she start to eat in the middle of a fight? But it was not convenient for him to ask. In addition, his injuries were too serious. He could only look at her without moving. Instead, the god fiend, who was still tied up, let out a pitiful cry. Boss, have you forgotten about this baby? Chapter 363. Shening looked up at him, then turned to look at Lone Moon at the side. Father Neo, help him. I'm not free. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched, then he turned and walked over there. The fake demon king who was still holding onto the person tensed up, and after a while, he lowered his hand as if he had given up. They had already returned to the boundary of the plane, and the assistant power that belonged to Lone Moon naturally returned as well. They had no power to resist at all. Lone Moon grabbed lightly, and the purple aura that trapped the god fiend disappeared instantly. Then he walked over with a person in each hand. In the next moment, the few people who were originally fighting to the death were already sitting together at the same table and eating dinner. To be more accurate, Shening was eating alone. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. Hong Meng and the fake demon king looked on in bewilderment, while the god fiend could only stand. There were more than 10 unconscious people lying on the ground. For a moment, in the entire divine realm, there was only the sound of Shening eating, and the footsteps of chef who went in and out to serve food from time to time. Just like that, the few of them sat at the table and watched Shening finish her meal without saying a word. Their minds were blank, and they even felt a little hungry. Only when all the dishes on the table disappeared did a certain someone let out a loud burp, and then stopped. Chef at the side had already cleaned up the table quickly and replaced it with fruits and tea. After thinking for a while, he conjured a seal to turn the square table in the middle into a round table, and added a chair for himself beside Shening to sit down, and even kindly handed a stool to the god fiend who had been standing at the side. The corner of the god fiend's mouth twitched, and he sat down with a frown. Instantly, he was much shorter than everyone else. Most of his body had shrunk under the table, and only his bitter head could be seen on the table. The god fiend. I Ching did this on purpose, right? It was definitely true. We can begin. Shening nibbled on the fruit in her hand, and said casually, Tell me, those indescribable things between you and the god fiend. I Ching. Lone Moon. The god fiend. Although he did have an irreconcilable grudge with these people, why did he feel that boss's question was a little strange? The other two snorted coldly, and looked at them with disdain. After a while, the one called Hong Meng said, As a manager, you should know about the grudges between us. I'm not sure. Shening tilted her head. Tell me. You. The other party seemed to be even angrier than before. If you want to kill us, just kill us. What are you trying to do with us with your gorilla attitude? After he finished speaking, he glared at them, as if his eyes were about to burst into flames. He took a few deep breaths before he managed to restrain himself. He turned his head and didn't say another word, as if it was beneath him to say another word. The corner of Xin Ying's mouth twitched. Were they going to enter the plot of, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen? Whether you believe it or not, we've only just taken over this plane. Lone Moon, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He took the initiative to take over the conversation. We really don't know much about your matters. You can choose not to say, but... His gaze turned cold. If you miss this chance, even if you want to say it, you won't have another chance. My master is only giving you a chance to explain. I Ching's expression turned cold as he said, As for the rest, You don't even have the strength to resist. You speak as if you can beat master little bitches. The two opposite them paled instantly, and their eyes began to waver. Boss. The god fiend at the side, however, lowered his expression and said weakly, actually we did come from another plane. Before he finished speaking, Hong Meng seemed to have suddenly thought things through. His eyes were still filled with resentment, but he was much calmer than before. He glared at the god fiend who was almost hiding under the table. But we did not invade this plane of our own accord. You god fiend invited us here. What? The three of them were shocked, but Hong Meng laughed coldly and closed his eyes. His entire person exuded an aura of vicissitudes and despair. He turned to look at Shining, his eyes filled with that kind of indecipherable emotion. After a long while, he said everything in a low voice. And so they heard a story that was completely unexpected. These people indeed came from another plane, and it was an immortal spirit plane that was extremely similar to this world. Different from this plane, which only had 3 great ancient gods, there were 13 saints at the beginning of creation on their side, which were the dozen or so who besieged them previously. Similar to this world, there was also no manager over there. As time passed, the plane without a manager became weaker and weaker, showing signs of collapse. Just when they were completely at their wits' end, and were wandering around the various planes looking for a scapegoat, Apui, looking for a manager, when they came to their plane, they then found out that there was a place that shared the same fate as them. After that, both sides also interacted with each other. At that time, both worlds were on the brink of collapse. Relying on the power of one side alone, there was no way to stop the collapse of the plane. Both sides discussed and thought of a way to stay together. Both sides agreed to face the crisis of the plane together, gather the power of both planes, and stabilize the situation one by one. As the situation on the Godfiend's side was more serious, they decided to start from here. So the Godfiend who stayed behind opened the plane door and invited the few of them over. Together, everyone spent a lot of time to repair this plane and put in all their effort. They even thought of the idea of dividing the plane into 3,000 small worlds to temporarily delay the total collapse of the plane. It was also from then on that this world had the 3 realms of heaven, earth and human. It also gave the living beings of this world the direction to cross the small worlds, which was the cultivation method later on. The reason why they had immortal chi on them, but it was obviously different from the immortal world, was because the original immortal cultivation method originated from them. It was just that the plane of cultivation was different, and there were differences. After many years of hard work, things finally developed in a good direction. The hard work and cooperation of both sides bore fruit, and this plane was pulled back from the brink of collapse. Although it was still unstable, it was not as weak as before. Even the plane cracks left by the 3,000 worlds were temporarily repaired. As long as a manager appeared within the time limit, this plane could be completely stabilized. But just when they were all happy for this plane and sighed in relief, they were met with a huge blow. Their own plane had collapsed. Due to the fact that the plane was extremely fragile, to prevent accidents, when they repaired this world, they did not frequently cross over to other planes. They did not even go back to check on the situation there. By the time they found out, it was already too late. Their original plane had completely turned into nothingness, and all the living beings were wiped out. After putting in so much effort to repair other planes, in the end, they received the grievous news that their own plane had completely disappeared. No one could accept that. So, the original cooperative relationship of helping each other was completely shattered. The remaining 13 sages developed a monstrous hatred for the entire plane. And the last straw that broke the camel's back was the betrayal of the god fiend. Chapter 364. Our biggest mistake was to trust you, you despicable person. Hong Meng's eyes were filled with that bone-deep hatred again. He glared at the god fiend, who was almost hiding under the table. We did everything we could to help you. Your plane stabilized, but our world turned into nothingness. Yet he took the opportunity to steal our original purple chi, and banished us to the outer realm. Shouldn't we take revenge for such a deep grudge? Every single word he spoke was filled with blood, and every single word he spoke carried a bellyful of rage and the grief and indignation of helplessness towards the collapse of his homeland. It was like his final lament. His whole body tensed up, as if he was going to break in the next moment. Everyone at the table fell silent. Even Lone Moon, who had always been eloquent, did not know what to say. He had never thought that the truth would be like this. So this plane was actually built with their help. And because of this, it indirectly caused the collapse of the other party's world. No one would be able to accept such a thing. He suddenly understood why these people had looked at them with such complicated emotions. That hatred was probably not towards them, but towards the god fiend, this world, and even towards themselves for not discovering the problem with their plane in time. He had to say, with all this on their backs, it was already very strong that they did not go crazy. And what he did not expect was that the god fiend, the three of them turned to look at the person beside them. The god fiend's eyes darkened. He looked at Hong Meng, and after a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Hong Meng, what happened back then was not like what you think." "Ha, you're still quibbling." Hong Meng's eyes became even redder. Without a doubt, if Shening was not here, he would have rushed over and turned the god fiend into ashes. Who was it that stole our original purple chi? Who was it that banished us to the outer realm forever? And who was it that created the demonic world, just to use demonic chi to lock us in there forever? The god fiend's eyes were filled with guilt. He seemed to want to say something, but he moved his mouth and finally did not speak. "We only hate the unfairness of the great Tao. I can't believe that a despicable person like you could find a manager in this plane." He took a deep breath, as if he was desperately trying to suppress the anger in his heart. In the next moment, he seemed to have lost his last bit of strength. His whole body was emitting a faint death chi. He looked up at Shening and said after a while, "We really want to kill you and drag the entire plane down with us. But we are not as skilled as you. Perhaps we should have disappeared with our own plane long ago." "You really did these things?" Lone Moon turned to look at the god fiend in disbelief. God fiend's expression changed and something flashed in his eyes. After a while, he nodded expressionlessly. "Yes." "You." Lone Moon wanted to beat him up on his behalf. Although she knew that he was trash, she didn't expect him to be trash to this extent. After making full use of the other party, he even seized the other party's source of energy and locked him up. You shouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it like this. Should he be thankful that he only kicked them back to their original plane and not killed them directly? "I am the god of creation. For the sake of this plane, any means are worth it," he said word by word, as if he had no regrets at all. Lone Moon's eyes widened. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone so shameless. Without what happened back then, there would not be the three realms today. He stood up slowly. His original kind expression changed to one of coldness. "The original source purple gas can help me stabilize this plane. Why shouldn't I use it?" "Damn. You really are a F** king scum. In the situation back then, I had no choice but to do so." He glanced at Hong Meng and the other man. "My existence has always been to protect this world. As for the matters of other planes, it has nothing to do with me." "You." The two opposite him stood up in anger. "Your plane has already returned to chaos. Whatever you do is futile. Why drag this side down with you?" "God fiend." Lone Moon could not bear to listen anymore. Hong Meng threw a punch at him. Just as it was about to hit the god fiend's face, Shening suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. She turned and said lazily, "Why don't I return the plane to you on his behalf?" "I Ching." Lone Moon. Hong Meng. The god fiend. "What?" Everyone was silent for a moment. Hong Meng especially widened his eyes. His eyes, which were originally full of death chi, shone faintly. As if afraid of startling something, he lowered his voice and said, "You, what do you mean?" "I mean exactly what I said." Shening scratched her head, looking annoyed. "Although creating a plane is a little troublesome, didn't you help us before? We have to return a gift or something." They had to work right after eating. It was so tiring. "You." The god fiend's eyes widened even more. A hint of joy flashed across his face, but it immediately dimmed. "Don't joke around. Our plane has already returned to chaos. Don't tell me you can split the chaos again? Before Shening could answer, the three people behind her reacted and spoke first. Lone Moon. She can really do that. I Ching. Definitely. Godfiend. Of course. Lone Moon even went forward to pat him on the shoulder and gave him an unreadable look. Hong Meng. The fake Demon King. It can't be. So managers are actually this awesome? A while later. Can you really return our plane to us? The fake Demon King could not help but step forward and ask excitedly. Shening was just about to nod. What's the use even if the plane can be rebuilt? Hong Meng laughed bitterly. The light that had just lit up in his eyes dimmed again. He looked even more hopeless. The millions of living beings in our world have already turned into nothingness. What's the point of rebuilding a land of death? The fake Demon King's expression darkened. The hope in his eyes disappeared instantly. We can't come back anymore. What if we can? Shening suddenly spoke. What? The two of them stiffened. Shening pointed directly at the sky. Starlight flashed around them. In an instant, the small world that was wrapped in a red cube box flew in front of everyone. You've been here for so long. Didn't you notice anything wrong? Everyone was stunned. Even Lone Moon and I Ching looked over with doubt. Shening sighed and directly enlarged the ball of light in front of her. She pointed to a fragment in the center and said, "That's yours, right?" The few of them were stunned. They looked carefully at the direction she was pointing at. The whole small world had actually been broken into millions of pieces. And the point that Shening pointed at seemed to be a lake. The lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. There was a small island in the center, with a big tree full of red stripes. It looked a little familiar. Isn't this the fertility tree? Lone Moon was shocked. He remembered what happened before and directly blurted out. This kind of feudal superstitious legend. What's so strange about? Before he finished speaking, Chef directly interrupted him. Under the tree. Chapter 365. Lone Moon was stunned. He looked down and saw that under the tree, he could faintly see a purple glow. Tens of thousands of thin lines directly led downwards, and at the bottom of the tree roots, there was a purple spring-like thing that was faintly glowing. Original source purple chi. Meng Hong exclaimed. Why is our original source purple chi? No, that's not right. This is not original source purple chi. The original purple chi was the source of their power. It was formed at the beginning of their plane's birth. It was the purest power, but it was only a faint wisp of purple chi. But here, there was a purple spring. The aura was the same as the purple chi, but it was much thicker than theirs. What exactly was this? Everyone turned to look at the God Fiend. The God Fiend paused. After a while he nodded. I did hide your original source purple chi in this outer realm. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest. Hong Yu clenched his fists. He was even angrier. No wonder they could not find the original source purple chi, after so much effort to escape from the outer realm. It was hidden right under their noses. But the God Fiend looked at the purple spring under the tree. I don't know why it became like this. Chef. Lone Moon nudged I Ching. Don't you think this spring water is a bit like the spring of life from last time? I Ching reacted. He immediately understood what Shening meant. No wonder it was a child wishing tree. What spring of life? Hong Meng paused. Lone Moon exchanged a look with I Ching. Then he explained. This outer realm was originally sealed outside the 3,000 worlds. Even the river of forgetfulness does not flow through here. Logically speaking, there should not be any living beings here. But this place is filled with cultivators. They can even cultivate immortal power. Have you ever thought of the reason? Hong Meng and I Ching were stunned. You mean they came from this purple spring? That should be the case. Lone Moon nodded. That was why the locals thought that the tree on the purple spring was a child-wishing tree. This might not be a superstition. This tree could really have children. Just like the spring of life in the other world, there were endless demon beasts crawling out. The life in this small world came from this purple spring. But what does this have to do with our plane? Hong Meng still did not understand. This purple spring is formed by the condensation of your original purple chi. It comes from your plane, and there is no river of forgetfulness soul fairy below. Without a soul, the light that could give birth to life would be like those demonic beasts that did not have spiritual intelligence. However, this world was different. The bottom of the spring can only connect to nothingness, and in the nothingness, the purple spring can only capture similar auras. You mean to say? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Their bodies were so tense that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I Ching then said word by word. Everyone who is born in the outer realm comes from your original plane. The two of them immediately felt their legs go soft, and they directly sat down. Ecstasy instantly spread across their faces. The people in that small world were all from their own world. They came from the same place as them. They actually had more than 13 people left. And as long as that purple spring was around, their plane would one day completely return to them. The two's eyes faintly welled up with tears. Their hearts that had been cold in despair for many years suddenly seemed to be lit up with a ball of fire. They finally came back to life. Thinking of what happened before, they could not help but feel lucky. Luckily they did not destroy that small world for revenge. Luckily someone stopped them. The two of them exchanged a look. Suddenly, they stood up and retreated to one side. They bowed to Shening and the other seriously. Thank you. They seemed to want to say something, but after a while, they could not make a sound. They did not know what to say. You can thank me later. Go in and take out the purple spring. Lo Moon pushed Shening. You have to let it return to your original plane. Shening directly waved her hand and opened a passage to that half-collapsed small world. Okay. The two of them nodded. Then, with a face full of excitement, and even a little unsteady on their feet, they quickly walked inside and disappeared without a trace in a moment. Shening then turned to look at a certain person beside her. Now, can you tell me the truth? The godfiend stiffened. He looked at her with some surprise. After a while, his whole body relaxed, as if he had finally removed some disguise. He bent down and smiled at her. You're indeed boss. I can't hide anything from you. What do you mean? Lo Moon was stunned. Could it be that there's some trap in this plane that you haven't told me? No. The godfiend hurriedly shook his hand. I promise there's really no more. How would I dare? He smiled even more brightly, but his body swayed. His whole body seemed to be unable to support himself, and he fell down. I Ching reached out to help him, but he still sat directly on the ground. Even his body was emitting a faint light, as if he was going to disappear in the next moment. Holy shit, what's wrong with you? Lo Moon was shocked. He subconsciously conjured a seal, but it was completely useless. The god power in his body was dissipating. If this continued, he would die. How did this happen? Did Hong Meng and the others hurt you? No. The godfiend shook his head. He did not care at all. It was as if he was not welcoming death but rebirth. It's just that time is up. He smiled even more happily. It was different from the polite fake smile in the past. Now it was a genuine smile. I was going to leave long ago, but if I didn't solve their problem, I would always be a little worried. Fortunately, we have the best manager. Shen Ying's eyes darkened. She directly squatted down beside him and glanced at him. Why didn't you tell the truth? Why did you purposely make people hate you? I had no other way. He shook his head. They don't belong to this world in the first place. If I didn't isolate them in the outer realm, they would definitely be repelled by the plane after a long time. Then they would really disappear completely. That was why they made that small world cut off the plane connection. Then what about the purple gas? If isolating people in the outer realm was to avoid being repelled by the plane, what was the point of taking away their power? I heard Kai Tian say that all living beings originate from the plane source, he said softly. Their power is also the plane source, so I wanted to take a gamble on their behalf. The facts have proven that I won the gamble. After so many years, the purple gas finally turned into the purple spring. Lo Moon frowned. He suddenly could not understand the god fiend. In other words, everything he did was actually to help those people. Then why didn't you tell them directly? Because they won't be able to live. The god fiend was still smiling. They are like me. They were born for their own plane. If they knew that their plane was gone, I would probably go crazy. If hating me can let them live, isn't that good? At the end of the day, I am the one who owes them. So you're deliberately looking for trouble? She tilted her head. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud. I'm waiting for you, boss. I can't return the plane to them, but the manager can. They are all good people. If they disappear just like that, it would be such a pity. Chapter 366. The three of them fell silent. They did not know what to say. As the ancient god of creation of this world, he had indeed done his best. Shen Jing had said before that they were the remnants of a turbid consciousness. One day they would disappear. And now it was time for him to disappear. Shening, is there no way for him to reload? Lone Moon could not help but ask. Shening did not speak. But the god fiend shook his head. There's no need. I'm just tired. It's time to rest. What other wishes do you have? Shening asked. He smiled. After a while he said, Boss, if possible, can you forgive Shorty? She's different from me. She's the spirit of the river of forgetfulness. As long as the river of forgetfulness exists, she will not disappear. I forced her to do what she did the last time. Out of the three of us, she's the only one left. If you ignore her, she'll be too lonely. All right. He smiled even more happily. The smile on his lips did not disappear. Thank you, boss. With that, his body completely disappeared in front of the three of them. He turned into thousands of sparkles and scattered. They were like the light spots of the 3,000 worlds around them. Shen Ying's eyes darkened. She could not help but reach out her hand. Immediately, the surrounding light spots gathered in her palm. In a short while, they formed a ball of light and landed on her hand. The next moment the air twisted. Mengpa suddenly appeared in the divine realm. She had rushed over, and was still panting. As if she had already sensed something, she looked at the three of them in a daze. Sect Master he. Shining handed the ball of light over. Send him on his last journey. Mengpa was stunned. She looked at the soul in Shen Ying's hand. After a while, she received it with trembling hands. She held it carefully with both hands. After a while she said, All right. Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, she did not expect it to be so soon. Among the three of them, he was the one who wanted to find a manager the most. She turned and was about to return to the underworld when Shening suddenly said, Oh yes, after sending him off, go back to Invincible Sect. Roasted chicken gal misses you. She stiffened. Her eyes were faintly wet. After a while she nodded. Yes. Then she disappeared from the divine realm. The three of them looked in the direction that Shorty disappeared in. Shening. Only then did Lone Moon ask. That soul is. The three ancient gods were remnants of turbid consciousnesses. By right they could not be reincarnated. If they disappeared, they would disappear forever. I used the last of his aura to transform his soul, Shening explained. Lone Moon nodded and sighed. Ever since the birth of the demon god, he had been working hard for this plane. Now that he could finally rest and have the chance to reincarnate as an ordinary person, that was probably what he wanted. He once again looked in the direction where Mengpa had disappeared. However, even if she had reincarnated, the god fiend was no longer the same god fiend. Hong Meng's speed was very fast, perhaps because he could return to the dimension. In less than an hour, he returned from the small world with an excited look on his face. His hands were still carefully holding Wang Zichuan. As manager, we're done. The way he looked at Shening had long lost the bone-deep hatred in his eyes. It was filled with reverence and excitement. Oh, Shening nodded. What should we do next? Shening thought about it but did not answer. Lone Moon answered. Let's wake the people on the ground first. With that said, he pointed to the 11 people on the ground who had not woken up, and gave I Ching a look. I Ching nodded. The two of them walked towards those people, one on the left and one on the right. Hong Meng was stunned. Only then did he remember that those people on the ground were his own people. He hurried over to help. Yes. Those people were beaten by Shening. Naturally, their injuries were more serious. But Lone Moon and I Ching were assistants after all. What's more, they were in this plane. They helped to regulate their breathing. Those people finally woke up. It was just that they might not be able to use sorcery for a year and a half. Lone Moon saw that most of them had woken up. Hong Meng also explained to them one by one. Then, he nudged a certain person who was chewing on her fruit. You can begin. Oh. Shenning then stood up lazily. How troublesome. She directly brought up a light screen and operated it. Instantly, an array formation appeared on the ground. Shenning gestured for Hong Meng to stand on it. In the next moment, a data frame popped up beside her. It was filled with the other party's data. Shenning looked through it carefully. Then she nodded. It's done. She located the other party's original plane position. Then, she raised her hand and drew a line in the air. Immediately, a plain passage appeared in front of everyone. But different from the previous white passage, this plain passage was black. There were also waves of unfamiliar aura coming from it. Let's go. Shenning waved her hand and walked in first. Everyone was delighted. Without thinking much, they hurried to follow her. Loman's heart tightened. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Reflexively, he set up a few layers of defense arrays for himself. Then he walked in. Everyone felt their eyes darken. In the next moment, they were in a dark and empty place. There was nothing around them, including the ground. The few of them were not prepared. The sudden weightlessness caused them to crash into a pile. Their injuries that had just healed split open again. From time to time, they let out a series of cries of pain. More importantly, there was a lot of turbulence in the void. It directly surged towards them. When the few of them wanted to defend themselves, they were held back by their companions beside them. They could not even stand up. The scene was instantly chaotic. It was as embarrassing as one could imagine. Except for Shen Ying, and her disciple who came in first, and Lone Moon who was the last. Ah, I forgot that your plane has already turned into nothingness. Shen Ying, who was not at all affected by the turbulence, scratched her head innocently. Lone Moon, who had set up a defense array in advance, pursed his lips. Indeed, after being tricked so many times, he gained experience. He turned to look at the pile of people on the ground. His eyes darkened, but he still did not say anything. Shenning was obviously doing this on purpose. That god fiend was unwilling to tell the truth, even until his death. He probably did not intend to tell them at all. They could only respect his wishes. But he was still angry. No, it was our inconsiderate thinking. Hong Meng did not think much about it. After some effort, the few of them who had fallen into a pile separated. They all took out their defensive Dharma artifacts to block the turbulence from all directions. Oh, then I'm going. Shenning turned and handed the box containing the small world to Father Niu. She took 2 steps forward and took a deep breath. Then she punched downwards. The few of them heard a cracking sound. A white crack appeared in the originally pitch-black land of nothingness. It was as if the void had been smashed into pieces. The crack was very small. It was only about a meter wide. But it was especially obvious. Shenning dusted her hands and stood up. Then she stepped onto the crack. Everyone could only hear a series of crisp cracking sounds. With every step she took, the crack became even wider. It was like a long wriggling snake, following her feet and extending into the distance. The surroundings of the crack also extended in all directions like a spider web. The originally empty land was like a curtain being pulled back. There was an earth-shattering change. In the originally chaotic land, clear chi began to rise and turbid chi began to sink. Substance slowly appeared under everyone's feet. Heaven and earth began to form. Chapter 367. Everyone fell silent, looking at this unbelievable scene in front of them. Even Lone Moon and I Ching were stunned. Although they already knew that Shenning was a cheat, they were still shocked to see her actually splitting open the void, and splitting open the sky and earth. This was different from splitting open a small world. This was an entire plane. He suddenly recalled that when Shen Jing objected to her taking over the plane, she said that she completely had the ability to open a new plane. Now it seemed that it was indeed true. Was this the manager who surpassed the existence of the plane? For a moment, everyone was immersed in boundless shock. Until, so hungry, Shenning suddenly stopped and turned to look at the few people behind her. Father Niu, why don't I have a midnight snack first? Get lost. The corner of Loman's mouth twitched. Instantly his excited and shocked expression burst like a bubble. You freaking just walked 50 meters. I Ching. Hongmeng. Everyone. She was indeed that foodie. Shenning walked for a whole 8 hours before she completely split open the heaven and earth. Halfway through, she once requested to go on strike for more food. Fortunately, Chef had stock in his storage bag and kept serving tea and fruits beside her. Only then did a certain lazy person persist. It was clearly a shocking feat of splitting open the plane, but it made her feel like she was running a marathon. Now that the entire plane was basically formed, she no longer needed to continue walking along that opening crack. That crack would continue to spread and separate the heaven and earth until the new plane was completely formed. She also completely merged that broken small world with this plane. After all, the living beings in that small world originally belonged to this plane. As for that purple spring, Hongmeng also chose to let it merge into the plane. In this way, the living beings of the plane could reproduce and live no matter where they were. One day, the living beings of the plane that were originally swallowed by the void could all return here. Hongmeng looked at the reborn plane in front of her, full of excitement. After returning here, the feeling of being pulled in her body completely disappeared. Her heart that had always been wandering suddenly had a sense of belonging. Even if there was nothing here now, just a bare world, but this was their home. Thank you. Hongmeng's eyes were filled with tears. He turned towards Xinying and bowed down. Thank you, manager of the alternate world. The others followed suit and knelt down, their eyes filled with the same excitement. Oh, Xinying waved her hand. It's nothing. You should be thanking me. Everyone. He really wasn't polite at all. Straight face, Lone Moon coughed and stepped forward. Your plane has just been reborn. Apart from a barren land, there is nothing else. They were immortals, but the immortal chi of this world had yet to be born. If you want to restore the plane to its former state, you'll have to rely on yourselves. We won't interfere. Yes, we know. Hongmeng nodded excitedly. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that they could return to this place. This was already very good. Also, the world of the outer realm has already merged with this plane. Lone Moon frowned and continued to explain. Although they originally belonged to this plane, they were after all too deeply affected by the previous invaders. What's more, the plane has changed and the immortal chi has suddenly disappeared. They will probably cause some trouble. You have to be prepared. Hongmeng's expression darkened. He nodded. Those people had always lived in the outer realm, and did not know that the plane had changed. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Lone Moon. We'll remember it. Lone Moon turned to look at the barren surroundings. After all, this was their plane. Helping them rebuild it was considered repaying their previous favor. It was not convenient for them to interfere with other matters. Now that we've returned the plane to you, we'll go back first. Hongmeng was stunned. The corner of his mouth moved. He exchanged a look with the others, as if he did not know what to say. His eyes were no longer as gloomy as before. Other than sincere gratitude towards them, his eyes were filled with anticipation for the new plane. It was so bright that it was dazzling. Finally, the few of them bowed deeply towards them again. Thank you, the three of you, for the grace of rebirth. Lone Moon sighed. He did not stay any longer, and directly returned to Invincible Sect with Xinying and Chef. When they arrived, they realized that the sky was already bright. They had been very busy these few days. Xinying directly fell asleep on the bed. The sound of her snoring could even be heard outside the house. Chef was afraid that they would disturb and wake Xinying up. He directly meditated outside the house, thinking of a certain someone's bad temper when she woke up. Lone Moon did not try to persuade her. He directly turned to find Yu Hong. Previously it was about Little Black. Now it was about the plane. They had been busy nonstop. Now they finally had time to re-understand the situation of Invincible Sect. After all, they had left for 3,000 years. In addition, it was Lan Hua, that child of wealth, who was in charge. It was time to check the accounts. He turned and flew in the direction of the main hall. He vaguely felt as if he had forgotten something, but could not recall it at the moment. Forget it, it was not important. At this time in the divine realm, a certain radish finally woke up. Looking at the empty starry sky, Mother****, Ever since Hong Meng and the others left, the entire plane had completely stabilized. The plane alarm had not sounded for a long time. Shening finally lived a blissful life of idling and waiting. Apart from occasionally being arranged by Father Nyo to water the radish, there were no other tasks. Radish was only brought back from the divine realm after Lone Moon checked the accounts. These years, the output of immortal herbs in the sect was far from the expected requirements. It was obvious that a certain plant was slow in production, but what was gratifying was that the financial situation of the sect was not as serious as Lone Moon imagined. According to the character of a certain child of wealth, 3,000 years had passed. It was already very good that the sect was not so poor that it pawned the heavenly palace. He did not expect the situation to be the opposite. Not only did the sect's income not decrease, but there was even a small increase year by year. It was practically a miracle. Boss Lan, what did you do? He could not help but ask. Lan Hua was stunned. He directly rolled his eyes. How would I know? Aren't the matters of the sect handled by Yu Hong, and the rest these years? A venue. I paid the rent. Lan Hua immediately raised his claws. His expression said, don't try to accuse me. If you don't believe me, ask Yu Hong. Lone Moon. Speaking of which, did he misunderstand something? All these years, he had always been a tenant in the sect, and the kind that needed to work for free. Did you forget that you also have the cultivation of a demon king? Lone Moon silently closed the account book. He decided to continue this beautiful misunderstanding. From next month onwards, the rent will be increased. Lan Hua. Is he even human? Lone Moon walked out of the main hall in a good mood. He had to say that Yu Hong did well. His teaching for so many years was not in vain. Although none of the disciples in the sect had become sword cultivators, but they could be considered to have received all his teachings. For all, he decided to give Yu Hong a big red packet. After all, she was going to marry Little Black soon. The gift money must not be small. Chapter 368. Yu Hong and Xiao He were about to get married. After the incident with Hong Meng, both of them realized their feelings for each other. Hence, Yu Hong relented and agreed to Xiao He's request. After confirming with both parties, Lone Moon decided to hold a dual cultivation ceremony for the two of them. When the news of their marriage spread out, people from all over the 10 Directions continent came to congratulate them. He didn't know if it was because the immortals and demons had been living in harmony for thousands of years, or if Black had been too high profile in his pursuit. Not only did it not cause any trouble, but many people also had a look on their faces. The two of them finally stopped messing around with each other. It could be said that they were celebrating together. Of course, except for the 10 Skyfiends of the demon realm. Originally, they should have been the happiest when their demon king was no longer single. After all, they were the ones who had witnessed Xiao He's many years of heartbreaking pursuit. But they didn't expect that when Little Black took off his clothes, he took off his clothes as well. As soon as Yu Hong relented, he immediately left the people of the devil world behind, washed himself clean, and planned to marry her. Furthermore, he refused to return to the position of demon king, because there was a new demon king in the demon world. He was a man with a family now. How could he let work affect their relationship as a couple? He even added, "You devils without Tao companions don't understand." The 10 Skyfiends vaguely felt that they had been stabbed with a knife. No matter how they tried to persuade them, they could not persuade them to go back. Seeing that the demons were without a leader, they had no choice but to seek help from Invincible Sect. It's none of my business. Lan Hua looked at the 10 Skyfiends that ran in front of him. Why should I become a demon king? Among the demons, you are the only one with the cultivation of a demon king. The 10 Directions Skyfiends wailed. Weren't they at their wits' end? I'm not going. Lan Hua directly refused. He had just paid a year's rent before the price hike, and he hadn't even finished living there. Besides, now that Good Heart and the others had returned, he didn't even need to worry about the sect anymore. He didn't want to live such a good life. Why did he come to the devil realm? To pick up the mess. Isn't it good to go to the back palace every day to get a free meal? The 10 sky demons were on the verge of tears. It was clearly the position of the strongest supreme being in the demon world. Why did they despise it so much when it came to them? Seeing that Lan Hua had made up his mind, no amount of persuasion worked. The few of them had no choice but to shamelessly beg Lone Moon. In any case, they don't care. You married one of our demon kings, so you have to return one to them. Lone Moon was not angry. Instead, he kindly pointed out a path for the Sky Fiends. If they could not find Little Black, the former demon king, they could look for the former demon king. For example, a certain tracheitis with the surname Jean. As he spoke, he silently took out a map. Of course, it was the kind that required money. After emptying all the immortal stones in their pockets, the Sky Fiends left with the map in their hands doubtfully. Invincible sect finally welcomed the day of Yu Hong and Little Black's dual cultivation ceremony. Perhaps it was because Yu Hong had managed the sect too well in recent years. All the 10 directions continent's heavenly emperors were present. Moreover, all of them came to congratulate him with sincerity, and even prepared lavish gifts. However, when they entered the main hall, and saw a certain officiator leisurely nibbling on a fruit, they stumbled, and almost fell to the ground. The 9 of them instantly blocked the entrance, unable to advance or retreat. Hi goddess, is identical to, were they seeing things? When did she come back? Why didn't they know anything about it? Hallucination, this must be a hallucination. Hey! Shenning waved the fruit in her hand and greeted the crowd. Long time no see. Everyone trembled and looked at the person in front, Celestial Emperor I Ching behind her, and Lone Moon who was looking at some list at the side. Only then did they realize that it was true. The invincible sect master, that living ancestor, had returned. So scary. Suddenly, they felt pain all over their bodies. Hi, goddess. After all, they were all celestial emperors. They were stunned for a few seconds before they stepped forward and cupped their fists in greeting. Then, they smiled stiffly at the other 2 to greet them. Emperors, please don't stand on ceremony. Lone Moon kept the list in his hand and smiled as he stepped forward to greet them. We haven't seen each other for many years. You look as good as ever. Today is a joyous day for our sect. There's no need to bow. Everyone, please take a seat. As he spoke, he led everyone to sit down in the hall. His smile was like a spring breeze. He was so enthusiastic that the few of them forgot about the fear of a certain someone above them. Unconsciously, everyone sat down. The shock they felt when they saw Shenning also eased a little. Looking at the exceptionally enthusiastic Lone Moon in front of them, they did not know why, but they felt as if something was about to go missing. Shenning, on the other hand, continued to eat her fruit after greeting them. Her gaze swept across the 9 celestial emperors who were seated. To them 3,000 years had passed. But to her, it had only been a few months. She still remembered these people. For example, the one on the right. Hey little bird. She tilted her head and looked at Wu Hong. Bird is here. You've put on weight. Wu Hong was just about to stand up when his legs gave way, and he fell from his chair. He looked like he was about to cry. Exalted goddess, I really can't eat this. He had to lose weight when he got back. Immediately. She did not want to eat it. Seeing that he looked like he could not stand up, Shenning kindly looked away and turned to Biao Ting. Spoon is here. You smell so good today. Did you bring a perfume pouch? Clang. Before she could finish speaking, another person fell to the ground. Exalted goddess. My skin is rough. I don't taste good at all. Shenning, who just wanted to catch up. My friends all seem to be calcium deficient. Master, I made some pastries yesterday. If you're hungry, you can fill your stomach first. I Ching immediately placed a few plates of pastries on the side table. Indeed, he successfully attracted Xin Ying's attention. She gave up on catching up and focused on eating the pastries. Little Bird and Little Biao heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes lit up, and they looked at I Ching gratefully. So Celestial Emperor I Ching was such a good person. I Ching, who was used to feeding them. The Dao partners, who held the dual cultivation ceremony, were different from the couples in the mortal world. In the immortal world, dual cultivation required a life and death contract. But compared to the marriage in the mortal world, it was obviously much simpler. All they had to do was escort the bride, thank the master, and form the contract. Because Little Black was going to marry into the celestial emperor, Yu Hong went to the demon world early in the morning to escort the bride. Because there were many immortals from all the continents, the scene was very lively. Shening and the others did not wait long in the main hall. In less than 2 plates of pastries, Little Black and Yu Hong came in. The two did not dress as complicated as they did on television. They were just dressed in red Dharma robes. They bowed to Shening and called her sect master. From now on, Little Black was a member of Invincible Sect. Next, they just had to go to the deed signing stage together and form the life and death contract. The deed signing stage was set up by the disciples of the sect a few days ago. As the eldest senior sister, Yu Hong was naturally loved and respected by all the disciples. The deed signing stage was very beautiful. It was surrounded by layers of fresh flowers. They were all rare immortal herbs. In the middle of the flowers, there were a few particularly eye-catching dandelions. One look and they knew who did it. But when the people of Invincible Sect saw it, their mouths twitched. Go. Lone Moon stepped aside and looked at the deed signing stage in front. The two of them nodded and flew up. They looked at each other and smiled at each other. Under everyone's witness, they clasped their hands and began to form a seal. The deed signing array under their feet lit up. Flowers rained down from the sky. A red contract seal appeared on their clasped hands. The contract seal was divided into 2 halves. Together, they formed a heart lotus. They wanted to be of one heart forever, to live and die together. The seal on their palms became more and more complete. When the last stroke was completed, the contract seal was complete. Little Black was excited. He did not want to let go of Yu Hong's hand. Madam, he was about to say something when he felt the ground beneath him shake. His expression changed. Be careful. He reflexively hugged Yu Hong and rolled on the ground. The next moment, there was a loud rumble. The originally beautiful deed signing stage directly collapsed. The layers of celestial flowers on it withered in an instant. A gloomy aura shot up into the sky. The 9 heavens, which were usually clear and sunny all year round, instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 369. Everyone stared blankly at the dark aura that didn't dissipate. They were a little dazed. That aura didn't seem like demonic chi, nor did it seem like yin chi. It clearly looked gray, but it carried a dry heat, causing the surrounding air to feel like it was burning. Even the dense immortal chi showed signs of being pushed back. What is this? Grievous energy. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He took a step forward. Only grievous energy could have such a contradictory aura. But grievous energy had always appeared in the souls of the underworld. Why would it suddenly appear in the immortal world? Just as he was thinking about it, the soaring grievous energy suddenly condensed into a ball. It turned and flew down at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, flowers withered and palaces were destroyed. It rushed straight in the direction of the main hall, where Shening was. Master. I Ching was shocked. He immediately summoned an immortal sword and was about to attack. Shening was 1 step ahead of him. She reached out and grabbed that ball of gray chi. Instantly they heard a shrill scream. It was extremely sharp and piercing, with a hint of madness. That ball of chi began to writhe in Shenying's hand, but it could not break free. So the scream became even more piercing. Even the celestial emperors could not help but take a few steps back. Their expressions darkened. This sound seemed to be able to attack primordial spirits. Shening tilted her head and looked at Chef beside her. She asked seriously, "Can it be eaten?" I Ching stiffened and shook his head hard. No. Oh, disappointment. I Ching hurriedly conjured a seal. Immediately, a seal flew out and formed a golden chain that locked that ball of chi in it. Shening then released her hand. But even so, the grievous energy did not stop. It kept attacking the surrounding seal. Shening, Chef. Lone Moon flew over and glanced at them. Seeing that they were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at that ball of aura. It really was grievous energy. It was so thick. What did it suffer when it was alive? It actually broke through the realm gate and came to the immortal world. He subconsciously released his divine perception and was shocked. There's a soul in this grievous energy. With so much grievous energy, it was a miracle that his soul was not devoured. He frowned again and glanced at Chef. Bring him back first. Then, he turned his head to look at the gloomy sky. He raised his hand and performed a wind spell, blowing away the hot air in the surroundings. Only then did the heavenly palace regain its clarity. Fortunately, Blackie and Yu Hong had already completed the deed. He was about to turn around and invite the immortals back to the main hall. Everyone, Sect Master. Before he could finish, Siyu suddenly exclaimed, Senior Sister Yu Hong, and the others have disappeared. What? Lone Moon was shocked. He turned to look at the deed signing stage, only to see that it was indeed empty. Little Black and Yu Hong were gone. Invincible Sect Rear Hall. I've searched the entire heavenly palace, but I couldn't find any trace of Little Black and Yu Hong. Lone Moon turned to look at Chef beside him. The Devil Palace doesn't have it either. I Ching shook his head. Both of their expressions darkened. Yu Hong and Little Black seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no aura left at all. Lone Moon frowned and looked at the ball of grievous energy floating in the air. Shening, you've been staring at it for so long. Did you find anything? Ha! Shening paused in the act of biting a fruit. She tilted her head and said, it's a little hot. Hot? You've been here for so long and you've only taken its temperature? Forget it. It looks like we can only ask this ball of grievous energy if we want to know where the two of them are. As he spoke, he conjured a seal and set up a defensive array around them. Chef opened its seal. I Ching nodded. With a turn of his hand, the golden talisman surrounding the ball of grievous energy disappeared. The ball of grievous energy immediately expanded and spread in all directions. A humanoid figure appeared in the middle of it. The other party's soul was indeed there. Who exactly are you? Lone Moon asked in a low voice. The grievous energy did not answer. Instead, it let out a shrill cry that pierced the ears. It even rushed towards the two of them in a frenzy. However, it was blocked by the immortal chi around them and could not advance an inch. The grievous energy on its body is too strong. Its consciousness has already been devoured, I Ching said. Even if there's still a soul inside, it won't understand what you're asking. Lone Moon frowned. He looked at the gray figure that was rushing towards the two of them. Suddenly he thought of something. He turned to I Ching and said, Chef, go to Qingyu and find little Shorty. I Ching was stunned. Immediately, he understood what he meant. He turned and flew to the right. In a short while he returned with little Shorty. She was Mengpa, who was in charge of the River of Forgetfulness. She knew the most about souls. Little Shorty, do you have a way to get rid of this grievous energy and let this soul regain its consciousness? Lone Moon pointed at the ball of grievous energy. Yes, I do. Little Shorty nodded. However, the grievous energy was born from his soul. Even if it disappears temporarily, as long as the grievous energy is not dispelled, it will still be born. I understand that. Finding Little Black and Yu Hong was more important. Get rid of it first. All right. She nodded and took a step forward. She reached out and grabbed the ball of grievous energy. In an instant, a gentle golden light appeared in her hand. The moment the light appeared, the grievous energy around the gray figure dissipated like snow. Not long after, the resentment in the surroundings disappeared completely, and a figure appeared in the center. It was a person wearing a green robe, and he looked to be less than 20 years old. He had a delicate face, and he had a scholarly air about him. He did not look aggressive at all. The man opened his eyes. They still looked a little lost. His gaze shifted to little Shorty, who was still glowing with golden light in her hand. Instantly his face paled. His eyes bulged and he screamed, "Ghost!" He let out a cry of fear, and with lightning speed, he ducked under the table and shivered, leaving only half of his buttocks outside. I Ching, Lone Moon, Mengpa. What a lunatic! Who's the ghost here? Is he here to be funny? Even Shening, who was munching on her fruit, was knocked by the ghost that had suddenly crawled under her table. The fruit in her hand fell to the ground with a grunt. She frowned and bent down to pick up the ball from under the table. She tossed it onto the table and picked up the fruit on the ground. Huh. The male ghost paused. He looked at the person in front of him, who was wiping the fruit off her body, and was about to take a bite. Miss. Only then did he realize that ghosts did not need to eat. So, you're not a ghost? Of course we're not. Lone Moon frowned. He snatched the fruit from Shen Ying's hand and glared at her. Change another one. She did not even know how to wash it. How lazy was she? She threw the fruit back to I Ching and continued to look at the male ghost. You're the ghost. What? That's impossible. I'm clearly. The ghost was shocked. He subconsciously looked down at his own body. In the next moment, he let out an even louder scream. Ah! He seemed to have received a huge shock. His eyes rolled back and his body swayed a few times. He looked like he was going to faint the next moment. He was a soul after all. There was no way he could faint. He could only scream as he floated around the rear hall, like a spinning top. Fine, he's still a coward. Chapter 370. 5 minutes later. Am I dead? The ghost finally stopped screaming. He lay on the ground with a defeated look, accepting the fact that he was a ghost. Tell me, who exactly are you? Lone Moon stepped forward and scanned him from head to toe. Why did you come to the immortal realm? And where did little Black and Yuhong go? What? The man's eyes widened. He was even more shocked than Lone Moon. This is the immortal realm. You're immortals. He quickly looked around, as if only just realizing the immortal chi around him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that I ascended to heaven after I died? His eyes lit up, full of excitement and agitation. He did not look fake at all. Lone Moon frowned even deeper. He exchanged a look with I Ching. What was going on? This situation was not right. You don't know how you came to the immortal realm? The male ghost was stunned. He looked at them, no longer terrified. Instead, there was some respect in his eyes. Didn't immortals bring me up? Am I going to become an immortal in the future? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He had a lot to think about. Then why do you have so much resentment in your body? Resentment? He looked confused, as if he did not know what Lone Moon was talking about. After a while he cupped his fists and said, This exalted immortal. I really do not know what you're talking about. What happened to me? Amnesia? It couldn't be. Lone Moon's expression darkened. I Ching stepped forward and asked, Do you remember how you died? He stared blankly for a moment, then his expression turned ugly. He seemed to be desperately trying to remember something. Even the resentment in his body seemed to be coming back. After a while he murmured, I don't know. Am I really dead? What was going on? Was he really a ghost with amnesia? But where did the resentment come from? What else do you remember? The man scratched his head. After a while he said in a low voice, I only remember. My name is Song Ren. I'm from Qinghe province. I've been studying hard for 10 years. I'm preparing to enter the capital next year to take the exam. You're not a cultivator. What's a cultivator? He looked confused. He really was a scholar. Well, looks like I won't be able to get anything out of him. However, he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before. How could he have such overwhelming resentment? He even crossed the realm gate directly to the immortal world. Most importantly, this ghost didn't even know how he died. How were they supposed to find out where Yuhong and the others were? Sect Master Elders. Just as they were thinking about this, Siyu suddenly rushed in, looking anxious. What's wrong? Asked Lone Moon. Yesterday, Elder, you asked me to guard the deed signing platform. Today there really was an accident. She frowned, as if she didn't know how to explain. There, Elder, you'll know once you follow me there. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look. Pointing at the male ghost he said, Shorty, look after this ghost. We'll be back soon. With that said, he turned and was about to leave when he paused and added, And look after Shen Ying. He had already lost 2 ghosts. He did not want to add another 3. Yes, Elder. Shorty's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, as if he had just won a prize. Lone Moon then walked out with I Ching. Mengpa immediately moved in front of Shining, her eyes shining. She looked like she was presenting a treasure to Shining. Sect Master, I've grown something especially delicious these few days. Since Elder Chef is not around, would you like to try it? As she spoke, she turned and took out a watermelon-sized sweet potato from her storage bag. Shining, could he fire her again? The deed signing platform was not far from the rear hall. Lone Moon and I Ching arrived in no time. The grievous chi that filled the sky earlier had now completely dissipated. All that was left in the air was a messy platform. But now there was another accident. Where the deed signing platform used to be, immortal chi was surging. Large amounts of immortal chi were gathering there, spiraling towards the center. It looked like it was about to solidify. Immortal Ascension platform? Lone Moon paused, then immediately denied his own guess. No, that's not right. The Immortal Ascension platform only appeared when cultivators from the lower realm ascended to the upper realm. And its location was random. It could appear anywhere in the 10 continents, but it would never appear in the Heavenly Palace. The immortal chi here was too thick. It would affect the formation of the Immortal Ascension platform. He took a closer look, then turned to I Ching and said, Chef, don't you think that the direction in which the immortal chi is moving? It's the complete opposite of the Immortal Ascension platform, I Ching said. The two of them were shocked. Lone Moon immediately turned to the person behind him and said, See you. Inform the disciples in the sect not to let anyone near here. Then he turned to I Ching and said, Seal off this area. I'll go to the right. I Ching nodded and flew to the other side. The two of them conjured a seal and set up an array. Instantly, a wall of light lit up in both directions, forming a translucent circle. It directly surrounded the area where the immortal chi was gathering. After a while, the crazy gathering of immortal chi began to slow down. Lone Moon frowned. Indeed, that was the case. The Immortal Ascension platform was formed by the gathering of immortal chi. But most of the immortal chi came from the tribulation lightning of the cultivators from the lower realm. So it was actually the immortal chi of the lower realm that broke through the realm gate. But the immortal chi here was the complete opposite. Instead, it was the immortal chi of the Heavenly Palace that was surging towards the center. He and I Ching sealed off this area completely. Only then did the immortal chi stop. The two of them exchanged a look and flew in. The strange thing was that the immortal chi inside was exceptionally thin. Moreover, it seemed to be decreasing. The two of them followed the direction in which the immortal chi was flowing. Only then did they realize that in the center, there was a crack the width of a finger. The crack was not big. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed it. But the immortal chi in the surroundings was surging towards it. The realm gate. Lone Moon was shocked. This crack was obviously connected to the lower realm. That coward broke through the realm gate using grievous chi. But the realm gate should have closed immediately after he came up. Why was this one still here? It seemed like the immortal chi was gathering here. It probably flowed into the lower realm. He used his divine perception to scan the area. Indeed, there was a trace of burning grievous chi in the crack. No wonder the realm gate had not closed. Luckily, he and Chef had sealed it. Otherwise, all the immortal chi in the Heavenly Palace would have been sucked in. It seemed like Little Black and Yu Hong had fallen into the lower realm. Chef, can you sense which small world this crack leads to? I Ching sensed it and shook his head. No. Too much immortal chi went in just now. This realm gate is already unstable. I can't be sure at all. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He waved his hand and conjured a seal, dispersing the grievous chi in the crack. Indeed, in the next moment, the small realm gate closed automatically. Let's go. Let's go back and find Shining. They could not tell. But how could they not find out about the cheat? Chapter 371. In the rear hall. So troublesome. A certain Ning expressed that she did not want to work. Troublesome my ass. Hurry up. Lone Moon did not give her time to continue being lazy. He turned to Mingpa beside him. Little shorty, bring this coward to Samsara first. With that said, he picked up Shen-Ing and returned to the starry sky of the divine realm. Shen-Ing then opened a light screen lazily and began to search. In a short while, the stars in the sky enlarged in front of her eyes. A small world flew out from the center. This is the small world that the crack on the deed signing stage connects to? Lone Moon stepped forward and looked carefully at the ball of light. He saw that the ball was full of green, and there was only a trace of white chi around it. He frowned. Why is it a Dharma-ending world? In a small world like this, the spirit power was usually very thin. There were even fewer mortals with spirit roots. That was why it was very difficult to cultivate to become an immortal. There might not even be one in a billion years. Some of them even had their legacies cut off. There were no cultivators at all. The ghost that was full of grievance just now actually came from a small world like this. That surprised him. Forget it. Chef, you guys go and bring Yu Hong and Little Black back. That couple had fallen into a small world like this for a few days and still had not returned. Something must have happened to them. I Ching nodded. Come back early. Shening also patted his shoulder. Turning around, she said, I haven't watered radish today. Just as she was about to slip away, she was pulled back by a certain old father. Stop. Lone Moon directly pushed her towards I Ching. You go too. What? Chef's injuries have just recovered. You don't need to worry about going alone. Shening looked at I Ching, and then at Father Niu. Nodding seriously, she said, I trust Chef. Get lost. You're just freaking lazy, aren't you? Father Niu, can I not go? So troublesome. The dual cultivation ceremony just ended. The sex matters are piling up. Yu Hong is not in the sect now. He turned his head and glanced at her. Why don't you stay and help her deliver the immortal artifacts to the Qingzai continent? Or go to the Cloud Sea continent to look for spirit beasts? Or go to the various countries in the Bo Sea to set up arrays? Shening stiffened. She turned around and grabbed Chef's hand. Little Red and Little Black are too worrisome. There are so many kidnappers nowadays. As the sect master, I have to get them back. Let's go, Chef. With that, she pulled I Ching and prepared to turn around. Wait. Father Niu, don't stop me. I am a sect leader with principles. For all. Do you have any shame? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He threw a bag over. I'm not trying to stop you. Take the spirit stones with you. Don't say I'm not paying for your travel expenses. Spirit stones. Omega, find him and come back quickly. Don't delay. Yes, Father Niu, no problem, Father Niu. What should he do if he became even more worried? Was it too late to take back the spirit stones? In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple arrived at that small world. Just as Lone Moon said, the spirit chi in this small world was indeed thin. The aura in the air was mixed and full of secular chi. Even I Ching was not used to it. He frowned. They looked around. In order not to cause any unnecessary trouble, they appeared in a dense forest. Master, please wait for a moment. I'll look for Yu Hong and the rest's aura. I Ching handed a fruit to Shening out of habit. Then, he conjured a seal with both hands and cast a detection spell. A burst of immortal chi exploded from his body and swept across the entire small world. In less than half a fruit's time, he opened his eyes. He frowned and turned to look at Shening. Master, I sense the aura of demonic chi thousands of miles to the north of here. I think it should be Little Black. Shening narrowed her eyes. Where is the north? Chef pointed to the right. This way. Just as he was about to fly on his sword, Shening suddenly turned to the left. Then let's go this way. I Ching was stunned. Aren't we going to bring them back? Chef. Shening turned and patted his shoulder. Do you think they'll be all right? I Ching was stunned. Although he did not understand why she asked that, he still answered honestly. With Yu Hong and Little Black's cultivation, they'll be fine if they just fall into the lower realm. Then why do you think they didn't go back? I Ching was stunned. They're on their honeymoon. It's not good for us to go now. They had to wait for at least a month. They had to use up all their spirit stones before going. What is honeymoon? I Ching still did not understand. Honeymoon is. Shening tilted her head and thought for a moment before explaining. It's reasonable and legal. It means dual cultivation day and night. I Ching was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. His face turned red, and he looked like he was about to emit smoke. Dual dual cultivation, day and night. See. He subconsciously glanced at Shening. Something exploded in his mind. His nose felt hot, and something was about to drip down. Do you understand? Understand or not? Let's go. We'll go south. Shening pulled him up and walked. Master, this is north. A while later. That's right, chef. Did you sense any small animals in the forest? I Ching pressed his nose and answered. 36,957 beasts. All right, we'll pick the fattest one. Yes, master, no problem, master. Unfortunately, before the two of them could find the small animals, the space in front of them suddenly twisted and opened up a passage. Sect master. Meng Po walked out from inside with a bitter expression. Behind her was a thin string that was formed by sorcery. It pulled out a ball of gray air like a ball of yarn. This is Songren. I Ching looked at the ball of resentment in surprise. How did it get surrounded by resentment so quickly? Didn't Father Niu ask you to bring him to reincarnate? Meng Po's face fell even more. Her eyes were full of guilt. She bowed to Shening and said, I did not do my job well. I don't know why, but once this ghost entered the underworld, the resentment in his body could not be removed no matter what. Instead, it kept increasing. As she spoke, she reached out to remove the resentment as if demonstrating. If the resentment is not removed, he cannot enter samsara. I helped him remove it a few times before. But I don't know why. Even when we changed places, I could not remove it. Before she could finish speaking, the ball of resentment dissipated in the next moment. He turned back into that timid scholar. This is. He opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw Meng Po holding the string, his face paled, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. A moment later, he seemed to recall something and patted his chest. It was a few immortals. Oh yes, didn't the immortals want to send me to samsara? Could this be the underworld? That's strange. What exactly are you? Meng Po was also confused. She circled around the timid scholar. I clearly could not remove his resentment just now. Why did it work again when I pulled him back to sect master? There was actually a soul that could not enter the river of forgetfulness? I Ching frowned. He released his divine perception and scanned the ghost. Apart from being affected by the resentment, his soul body was weaker than before. He did not find anything strange about the other party. Master, he can't be an invader, right? No. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She glanced at the clearly dazed timid scholar, before turning to Meng Po. Little shorty, apart from you, what other way is there to remove the resentment? Chapter 372. There is, but it's more troublesome. Meng Po thought about it and said, the grievance stems from the injustice he suffered before he died, so he developed a hatred for this world. Apart from forcibly removing it, we can only find out the cause of his death and untie the knot in his heart. Then the grievance will naturally disappear. How troublesome. The key was that this ghost had already forgotten how he died. How were they going to find out the cause of his death? Shening tilted her head and looked at I Ching. Why don't we just beat the grievance out of him? It was convenient and environmentally friendly. Master. I Ching frowned. His soul is already very weak. Even I can't take a punch from you. I'm afraid his soul will dissipate. Then what should we do? Why don't you do it instead? He claimed to be from Qinghe County. I Ching glanced at the ghost. Why don't we go take a look? Is there anything to eat? Since it's a county, there must be quite a number of people. Of course there is. They might even be able to get some food. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yes, master. I Ching then turned to Meng Po and said, Shorty, go back first. Leave this ghost to us for now. Meng Po nodded. She turned her head to look at the coward, who still had a blank expression on his face. Her figure flashed and disappeared before her eyes. Song Ren was shocked by Meng Po's sudden disappearance. His entire ghost subconsciously shrank. After a while, he turned to look at I Ching. This exalted immortal. What did the two of you mean? What grievance? Do I have that horrible thing on me? He was not an unreasonable ghost. Hearing their conversation just now, the grievance in his body seemed to be very troublesome. causing him to be unable to reincarnate. Our trip this time is to find out why you have grievance in your body, I Ching explained. Don't worry, we will let you reincarnate. Songren nodded and hurriedly bowed to the two. Thank you, exalted immortals. What a polite ghost. Master, let's go. I Ching directly summoned his sword and pulled Shining onto it. Then he turned to look at a certain ghost. Songren was stunned. He knew that the immortal wanted him to get on the sword, so he floated over. Still acting like a polite scholar, he bowed once more. Immortal, please bring me along. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, I Ching picked up a certain ghost and flew out. Songren was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying into the air. He subconsciously let out a blood-curdling scream, howling like a pig being slaughtered. I Ching. Shining. 10 minutes later. Get off me. I Ching could not stand it any longer. He glared at the ghost that was coiled up in front of him like an octopus. No matter how scared he was, he had already flown for 10 minutes. That was enough. Exalted. Exalted immortal. Songren's already pale face turned even paler. I'm afraid of heights. Weren't you just freaking floating? What are you not afraid of? I Ching frowned. He tore the ghost in front of him and held it in his hand. Show me the way. Songren had yet to recover from his shock. Which direction is the Qinghe County you live in? East. Southeast. I Ching paused for a moment before flying in the southeast direction. The few of them flew for another 15 minutes. During this time, screams could be heard incessantly. Finally, people appeared below them. They could vaguely see a village. The three of them finally landed on the ground. Songren was so scared that his face was completely white. He was a soul to begin with. Now he was even more transparent. He looked like he could turn into smoke and float away at any time. Yet the moment he landed on the ground, he stubbornly stood up. He composed himself and cleared his throat. He cupped his fists and said to the two of them, "Excuse me." In an instant he returned to his gentlemanly self. It was as if the person who had been screaming the whole way was not him. Of course, that was if his legs were not trembling. Left or right? I Ching pointed to the two paths in front of them. There should be a town ahead. There were too many mortals. Moreover, they had to figure out the direction and could not fly too high. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they could only come down and walk. Songren looked left and right. Suddenly, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He pointed to the path on the right and said, "I recognize this place. Go this way. We'll reach Qinghe County in less than half an hour." "Let's go." I Ching nodded. He turned and walked 2 steps. But he found that Shining did not move. Instead, she looked up to the right in a daze. "Master?" I Ching called out again. Shining then returned to her senses. She raised her hand and pointed to the sky. "Chef, is the weather not good over there?" "Weather?" I Ching hesitated. He subconsciously released his divine perception and swept to the right. His eyes widened. He saw that the sky above a town not far away was dark. The whole town seemed to be wrapped in black fog. Winds were raging. Ghost chi filled the sky. It was like a dead city. He was shocked. Apart from the underworld, this was the first time he had seen such a heavy chi. "Master, let's go." Shining nodded. Only then did he get on his sword again. He brought a person and a ghost with him and flew toward the city. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the city. Up close, the chi was even heavier. The sky had been clear all along the way. But here, it was dark and gloomy. The city was silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. The few of them looked up. Above the city gate, there were 3 big words. Qinghe County. This was Qinghe County. I Ching frowned. He turned back to look at Songren, whose face was starting to turn pale again. He had some guesses in his heart. He took a step forward and walked into the city. "Are we going in?" Songren's voice trembled as he asked. His entire ghost body subconsciously moved closer to Shining. I Ching's face darkened. Thinking of the scene on the way here, he pulled Songren out and pushed him 3 feet away. "Stay away from my master, little b asterisk tch. Master, the chi here is thick. I'm afraid there's no one alive in the city." Not only that, there was so much ghost chi here. The ghosts inside were most likely malicious ghosts that did not enter the underworld. They had been staying in this ghost city. There are so many ghosts left in the human world. I'm afraid there's something strange in the city. Shining nodded. She threw away the fruit core in her hand and reached into Chef's pocket out of habit. We'll only know the exact reason when we go in. He looked at the city gate again. Master, the city is dark. Don't go too far away from me. Oh. I Ching was just about to continue walking into the city. After some thought, he turned around and grabbed Xin Ying's hand. Based on past experience, he was really afraid of losing her. Exalted immortal. Song Ren's face turned completely white. This city, don't tell me there are really ghosts? Did he forget what he was? You can stay here. I Ching instructed before turning around and walking into the city. He couldn't just leave a ghost city like this unattended. Song Ren looked at the two walking away. Then he looked around at the cold wind. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to follow. Once they entered the city, the yin qi around them became even thicker. Wisps of cold air seeped into their bones. Song Ren subconsciously shivered again. He looked at the two people in front of him who were calm and composed. It was as if they could not feel the cold wind. He hurriedly floated faster. Chapter 373. The city seemed to have gotten even darker. They could only hear the sound of the cold wind blowing. It was eerily quiet. The two sides of the dark street looked as if something would rush out at any time. The few of them walked along the dark main street for a while. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. It sounded like something was dripping. Drip, 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 one sound after another. Well, what's that sound? Song Ren was shocked. He was so nervous that even his voice went up a few octaves. It sounds like water? Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly flew past them. Ah! Song Ren exclaimed. Trembling, he pointed in front of him and said, Someone's gone over. Only then did the two of them stop and look at the endless street in front of them. All they saw was a bloody light. Less than 10 meters in front of them, there was suddenly a liquid pouring down. The bright red color was particularly dazzling. Blood! 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 Song Ren's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground. The blood seemed to be flowing endlessly. It formed a wave and surged toward them. Everywhere it passed, there was a glaring red color, as if it was going to dye the entire street red. The scene was especially eerie and bloody. Coupled with the whistling cold wind, it was like a scene from a horror movie. If there were less than 10 evil ghosts in the air, holding buckets of blood and pouring it out. What's more, they were doing it in a row, relaying the force. They could even faintly hear a few words of ghost language. Hurry, hurry, it's about to dry up. Where's the bucket? Didn't you ask you to bring a bigger bucket? The Ripper ghost took the big bucket to wash the intestines. This is all we have. Hurry, 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 pour it out. Use the blood to drown them. Hurry up. Even if we can't drown them, we can scare them to death. And so another wave of blood poured down. But the street was really too wide, and they were a distance away from it. Although the blood was pouring quickly, it stopped before it reached their feet. Shening. I Ching. He suddenly felt a little tired for them. It's about time. Where's the headless ghost? It's your turn. I'm coming, I'm coming. An evil spirit with a green face and sharp fangs floated out from the pile of ghosts. It rubbed its horrifying ghostly face, opened its mouth to reveal a mouthful of bloody teeth, and directly reached out to take its head off. After thinking for a while, he felt that it wasn't scary enough, so he put his head back on. But this time, he tore a hole in his neck. There was only a layer of bloody skin on his head, which seemed to be falling off. The bowl-sized wound on his neck was still spurting blood. Only then did it clear its throat, reveal its physical form, and float towards the two of them. A gloomy voice sounded in the air. Give me your life, the master and disciple duo. However, the ghost floated closer and closer. 2 streams of blood flowed from its broken head. It looked like it was about to pounce on Shining. I Ching sighed, and was about to form a seal with one hand to capture this group of ghosts. Ghost! Suddenly Song Ren, who was at the side, let out a scream. As if he could not bear it any longer, He crawled up with a whoosh and ran towards I Ching's direction. He lifted the hem of Chef's robe and dived in. His hands subconsciously grabbed onto something, but he used too much force. With a swoosh, something was pulled out from Chef's waist. Shining! All the ghosts. His movement was too fast and too natural. Even I Ching didn't have time to react. He felt a chill in his lower body, and a strange object appeared between his feet. There was a strange silence. Even the headless ghost that was pouncing over was stunned. His head, which only had a layer of bloody skin, fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? In the next moment, an aura even colder than the yin qi in the city exploded from Chef's body. The temperature in the city dropped, as if winter had arrived. The entire street was covered in ice. Overwhelming sword qi swept across the entire ghost city in an instant. I Ching kicked a ghost that was lying on his pants out. A huge dragon formed from sword qi appeared in the sky. I'll kill you. All the ghosts in the ghost city felt an endless pressure. They fell to the ground, and even their bodies looked like they were going to collapse. Chef. This was the first time Shining saw him go crazy. She was a beat slower than she should be. She grabbed him and said, calm down, calm down. Master, don't stop me. For the first time in his life, I Ching wanted to shake off Shinying's hand. Let me kill him. I have to kill him. I definitely have to kill him. Now. Now. Put on your pants first, Shining reminded him. I Ching froze. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly bent down and pulled up his pants. With the fastest speed he had ever done in his life, he drew an isolation array around him and fastened his pants again. He even forcefully tied a few dead knots on them. Shining waited for a full 10 minutes before I Ching removed the array and appeared in front of her. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, as if snowflakes were going to fall the next moment. But when he looked at Shining, his ears were so red that they looked like they were going to drip blood. Master. He could not help but sound like he was being wronged. Cough, don't worry. Shining coughed and patted his shoulder comfortingly. The sky was too dark. I really did not see your white underwear. Really? I Ching. He wanted to kill someone even more. What should he do? Perhaps because of Chef's sword qi, the yin qi in the ghost city had almost been blown away. Sunlight shone into the city. The yang qi was strong. The malicious ghosts that were originally hiding in the surroundings also showed their figures. Chef, who was finally held back by Shining, and had not beaten Song Ren to death, glanced at the densely packed ghosts in front of him. His guess was right. This city was full of malicious ghosts, and each one was worse than the other. Those that were missing an arm or a leg were still fine. Some of them were directly lying on the ground like a pile of mud. It was obvious how badly they died. Why do you stay in the human world? I Ching looked at the ghosts coldly. Why do you still gather in this city to harm people? Don't you want to reincarnate? The ghosts looked at each other. Thinking of the terrifying aura from before, they all trembled. A moment later, the headless ghost that wanted to scare them stood up weakly. This immortal, exalted immortal, it's not that we don't want to reincarnate, but we can't go at all. That's right, that's right. Exalted immortal. The other ghosts all nodded. We also want to go to the underworld to reincarnate, but after we died, we have been trapped here and can't get out. We have no choice. So we want to find a living substitute to bring us out. Can't get out? I Ching was stunned. He used his divine perception to scan the city. There was no array formation to restrict them. What exactly happened in the city? I Ching looked around. There were so many ghosts, and they looked like they had died not long ago. How did you die? A look of confusion flashed across the faces of the ghosts. A moment later, they all shook their heads. We don't know either. When we woke up, we were already ghosts. Chapter 374. I Ching scanned the group of ghosts, and was even more shocked. Did these ghosts lose their memories collectively, or did the person who attacked them move so quickly that they did not even have time to react before they died? He asked in detail, and realized that not only did they forget how they died, but they also forgot everything that happened when they were alive. They could not even remember their names, so they could only call each other headless ghost, disemboweler ghost, etc. I Ching's frown deepened. Looking at the number of ghosts, it was obvious that the city had been massacred. The strange thing was that he did not sense any array formation in the city. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Why were they trapped here? He looked up at the city gate. There are no restraints on you. Why can't you get out? That's because. Thinking that I Ching did not believe him, the headless ghost panicked. But he did not know how to explain. As if thinking of something, he said, "Exalted immortal, you'll understand once you see it." The ghosts all nodded in agreement. As they spoke, a large group of ghosts swarmed towards the city gates like 100 ghosts walking in the night. Just as they were about to float out of the city, a ghostly shadow flashed. The originally large group of ghosts was reduced by more than half, and they disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in the middle of the main street again. There was no exception. "Exalted immortal, this is it," the ghost said bitterly. "It's not that we don't want to leave, but no matter how we float, we will eventually return to this place. That's right, we can't get out at all. Exalted immortal, we want to reincarnate too. Exalted immortal, your dermic powers are strong. Please save us." I Ching was shocked. This was a transportation array? No, there was no spirit chi at the city gate just now, nor was there any aura of an array formation. "Master." He turned to look at Shening, who was beside him. Shening took a bite of her fruit and answered, "Some kind of enclosed space?" "Enclosed space?" I Ching paused, then suddenly thought of something. "Master, you mean that this place is like a mystic realm, isolated from the outside world?" "Something like that." It was no wonder that the ghosts could not get out. To them, this city was completely isolated from this small world. It was a world of its own, and the city gate was the border. Unless they had the ability to break out of this world, they would only be sent back. And according to what they said, it seemed that it only worked on ghosts. Wait a minute. A thought suddenly struck him. He turned to look at a certain ghost who was hiding far away, hugging a pillar and shivering. The corner of his mouth twitched, and in an instant, a thick layer of coldness covered him. "Go out and try." He pointed at the city gate not far away. "Ah!" Song Run, who was suddenly called out, was stunned. He saw those evil spirits, each more frightening than the last, looking at him in unison. His entire soul body was like a wave, shaking wave after wave. What? He obviously didn't react in time. I Ching directly pinched a spell, and with a ding sound, a spirit sword instantly fell in front of Song Run. It sank 3 inches into the ground, and the edge of the sword was suffused with cold air. Startled, Song Run moved away from the pillar out of reflex, dodging the spirit sword. I Ching, however, did not stop. One by one, the swords formed from spirit chi flew towards him, as if they were lining up. "Ah!" With a blood-curdling scream, he turned around and frantically floated in the direction of the city gate. He was forced to rush out of the city gate by the spirit sword. "I'll poke you to death, you little bitch." #for all_. He went out. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I Ching's hand turned the spell, and chased after Song Ren's spirit sword, changing its direction and landing in front of him. A certain coward outside the city used the same method to rush all the way back, and then stopped. The boundary of this city had no effect on Song Ren. No wonder he could rush to the immortal realm. Song Ren was already so frightened that his soul body curled up like cotton candy. Like a ball, he rolled back to the two of them. When he looked up, he saw the group of evil spirits whose faces had changed beyond recognition, and he trembled again. Subconsciously, he floated towards a certain master and disciple. This time, he didn't dare to look for I Ching, and could only stretch out his claws to pull Shening. But before he could reach, I Ching seemed to have sensed it in advance, and with a gaze 10 times colder than before, he instantly stared at him. "Little bitch, what else do you want?" F***CK. I Ching directly took a step to the side, inserted himself between the man and the ghost, and picked Song Ren up. At the same time, he conjured a spell to make his soul body more solid. Then he looked at the ghosts and said, "Do any of you recognize him? He used to be from this city." The ghosts were stunned. and carefully looked at Song Ren, who was so frightened that his face was beginning to turn green. After a while they all shook their heads. Never seen him. We might have known him when he was alive, but we don't remember. Exalted immortal. Did he also die in this city? It doesn't look like it at all. That's right, he's much worse than us. He's not even as scary as the hanged ghost. That's right. One look, and you can tell that he's the kind of ghost that doesn't do proper work. I Ching's expression darkened. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get any more information out of them. Originally, he wanted to ask about the cause of Song Ren's death and investigate why he had so much resentment. He didn't expect that not only did the entire Qinghe County turn into ghosts, but they also lost their memories. Master, how do you think we should deal with these ghosts? I Ching looked at Shening hesitantly. Shening, who was reaching for a fruit, paused and tilted her head. What do you think? This place is too strange. His expression darkened. We can't keep so many ghosts here forever. I want to put them directly into the river of forgetfulness and send them to the underworld to be reincarnated. Shorty was not here, so they could only send them to the underworld through the river of forgetfulness. All right. Shening, who did not take any fruit from Chef's storage bag, only some pastries, nodded without any objections. She wasn't listening anyway. Chef then turned to look at the ghosts. He conjured a seal with both hands. Instantly, a huge array appeared under his feet and spread across the entire ghost city. All the ghosts felt the yin qi in their bodies dissipate. Even their miserable souls started to gradually return to their original state. They were no longer as miserable as before. A gentle force wrapped around them like flowing water. In the next moment, all the ghosts turned into green smoke and floated up. Just as they were about to disappear into the array, their figures flashed, and a large number of ghosts returned to the middle of the main street. Even the rebirth array under I Ching's feet shattered. I Ching was shocked. He looked at his own hands in disbelief. What was going on? Why couldn't these ghosts be sent out? Even if this place was isolated, it wasn't like the outer realm, which was cut off from the plane. There was no reason why they couldn't enter the river of forgetfulness, unless his heart sank. He squatted down and placed his palm on the ground to sense for a while. Suddenly he was shocked. He turned to Shening and said, Master, there's no river of forgetfulness underground. Oh. Shening tilted her head and suddenly pointed above her head. It might be up there. What? He looked up at the gray sky. He subconsciously opened his assistant's authority to take a look. In midair, a golden river ran through the entire ghost city. The river of forgetfulness was in the sky. Winky face. Chapter 375. What's going on? He tilted his head and looked at the golden color above his head. He saw that after the river of forgetfulness crossed the entire ghost city, it landed at the city gate and returned to normal. Only the section in the city looked like two waterfalls floating in the sky. I Ching had some guesses in his heart. He immediately understood why the ghosts in the city could not get out. He changed his hand seal, and the rebirth array appeared under his feet. He waved his hand and the array slowly rose into the sky, enveloping the entire ghost city. In the next moment, the ghosts turned into green smoke again and flew into the river of forgetfulness in the sky, disappearing without a trace. The city that I Ching had already dispelled a round of yin qi. Now that there were no malicious ghosts, the yin qi dissipated, and the city returned to the appearance of a deserted city. I Ching turned to look to the side. Song Ren was indeed still there. Shorty said that he could not enter samsara, but he did not expect that he could not even enter the river of forgetfulness. Master, I guess the river of forgetfulness is the reason why the ghosts in this city cannot get out. He looked at Shening. The dislocation of the river of forgetfulness caused the ghosts to be unable to enter in time. And the city gate was the node of the dislocation of the river of forgetfulness, thus forming a sealed space. That was why the ghosts could not get out, and the living could not enter the river of forgetfulness, so it did not affect them. Song Ren could not enter the river of forgetfulness because of grievous energy, so Lone Moon could come and go as he pleased. I have already temporarily sent these ghosts into the river of forgetfulness above. But to let them return to the underworld, we need to return the river of forgetfulness in time. If the river of forgetfulness could not return, then these ghosts would never be able to reach the underworld. More importantly, the section in the sky was obviously one of the branches of the river of forgetfulness. If left here, it would dry up one day. The other branches that connected to it would also dry up, which would cause even worse effects. Master, do you have a way to let it return to the ground? Shening tilted her head. How about pulling it down? Pull? He hesitated. How to pull? The river of forgetfulness did not have a physical body. No, Master said it could be pulled. That definitely made sense. After thinking for a moment, a gust of spirit chi formed in his hand. In an instant, it condensed into thousands of threads and flew towards the golden river of forgetfulness in the sky. However, the moment the spiritual chi touched the river of forgetfulness, it passed right through it. Indeed, it couldn't touch it. He frowned and subconsciously sensed the assistant imprint on his body. In the next moment, the spiritual energy, which had yet to touch a physical body, suddenly emitted a thump, like the sound of something entering the water. On the surface of the river, a small drop of golden spray instantly splashed. Touch. So this was how the assistant seal was used? Overjoyed, he raised his hand and produced even more spirit threads. They flew into the sky and crossed the entire river, directly binding up half of the river. Then he pulled down forcefully. The sound of water splashing could be heard. The originally calm surface of the river of forgetfulness was instantly stirred up by layers of waves, and its position was also gradually falling downwards. I Ching adjusted his cultivation and pulled harder, causing the golden river to descend even faster. After a quarter of an hour, he finally pulled the dislocated river of forgetfulness back to the ground. The abnormality of the original high and low water levels at the city gate was also restored. The river of forgetfulness in the city began to flow again, and the surface of the river began to shine with a faint golden light. Master, the method you mentioned is indeed useful. I Ching looked at Shening happily. Master indeed. What did she say? From now on, there would no longer be ghosts trapped in the city. I Ching heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Song Ren beside him. He frowned again, but he still did not find out how exactly he died. Master, why don't we go to the nearby town and ask what exactly happened in this city? The dislocation of the river of forgetfulness could at most trap ghosts, but the cause of death of this person in the city was unknown. Perhaps they could find out why Song Ren carried grievous energy. Oh, Shening nodded. I Ching was about to fly on his sword when he felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. Someone was coming. He stopped moving. No matter who it was, they were definitely familiar with this ghost city. He decided to stop moving and wait for that person to appear. Indeed, in a short while, a man in a green robe appeared at the city gate, but he did not fly over on his sword. Instead, he seemed to have used a spell that shrank the ground into inches and rushed over. The person first stopped in front of the city gate and looked around in surprise. The ghost chi in this city has actually completely disappeared. The person's face was full of disbelief. Only then did he notice I Ching in the city. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes brightened. He made a strange gesture towards him, as if it was some kind of etiquette. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Did fellow Taoist purify this evil ghost just now?" Purify? For some reason he did not like this word. He only sent it into the river of forgetfulness for samsara. I Ching frowned but still nodded. The person became even more delighted. Fellow Taoist is so kind. He smiled brightly and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This ghost city has been causing trouble everywhere for many years. Even the mystic sect could not do anything about it. I did not expect that it would be resolved by fellow Taoists today. He seemed to have thought of something and continued. I am Tang Han, from the Tang family of Qing City. Fellow Taoists' Tao skills are so profound. I wonder which family are you from, and how should I address you? I Ching. He was stunned. He had never heard of such a surname among the mystic cultivator families. Just as he was puzzled, The person stepped aside and continued. My master, Shining. Tang Han was stunned. He did not notice just now. Only now did he realize that there was actually a woman standing beside him. Surname Shen. His eyes brightened instantly. Could the two of you be from the Shen family of Luoyang? No wonder. Although the Shen family was not a big mystic cultivator family, it was also a well-known family for 100 years. When did the Shen family have such an amazing mystic cultivator? He could actually resolve the evil ghost that even the mystic sect could not do anything about. No. I Ching shook his head directly. What Shen family of Luoyang, Tang family of Qing City? Could it be that the cultivators of this small world were all from big families? No. Tang Han, who had guessed wrongly time and time again, was stunned. Then which family are the two of you from? They couldn't be independent cultivators, could they? The master and disciple exchanged a look, and then replied in unison. Niu family. To Tang Han. Huh? Which family was the Niu family? Never heard of it. Could it be a hidden big family? Fellow Taoist Tang, do you know what exactly happened in this city? Why are there evil ghosts all over the city? I Ching stepped forward and asked. Tang Han saw that the other party had no intention of explaining his origin in detail, so he did not ask anymore. Looking at the deserted city, he sighed and said, Sigh. Speaking of the people of this Qinghe County, they are really pitiful. Now that the world is chaotic and deviant ghosts run rampant, the residents of this city have suffered from this disaster. Deviant ghosts? I Ching was stunned. He had only heard of deviant beasts and deviant demons. What the hell were these deviant ghosts? Seeing the other party's puzzled face, Tang Han was even more certain that the other party was from a hidden big family. He stepped aside and said, If you don't mind, can the two of you follow me back to my humble house, and I will tell you in detail? I Ching looked at Shening beside him. Seeing that she did not object, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you. Please. Chapter 376. Tang Han brought the two out of the city and walked towards the north. That's right, walk. Originally, he said that his house was in the city, but they walked for nearly an hour straight into a dense forest, and the other party had no intention of stopping. Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. My house is in this forest, not far. We'll be there in less than an hour. Tang Han said with a natural smile. I Ching. Shening. The two stopped in their tracks. A certain Ning, who had never walked such a long way except for the time when she opened up the plane, had the urge to stick the pastry in her hand on his face. He said it was very close. Master. Seeming to read her thoughts, I Ching suddenly stepped forward and squatted down in front of her. Disciple will carry you. Oh. Shening then kept the pastries in her hands and leaned on Chef's back in a natural manner. I Ching stiffened for a moment. The heat source that suddenly stuck to his back turned into a warm current, as if flowing to the bottom of his heart. He paused for a while before standing up steadily and walking with Tang Han in front. Tang Han looked at this somewhat strange pair of master and disciple, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He didn't pay too much attention to it, leading the way in front while introducing the situation in the city to I Ching. The two then learned about the situation of this small world from him. As previously guessed, the spirit chi here was indeed thin, resulting in no so-called immortal cultivation at all, and no immortal cultivation sects, but there were mystic cultivators who practiced mystic techniques. They also used spirit chi to cultivate, but mystic techniques only knew some shallow spells to ward off evil and evil. They didn't pursue the path of immortality like cultivators. I Ching then understood why he had to bring the two along, and not directly fly on his sword. It turned out that he didn't know how to fly a sword at all. Looking closely at his cultivation, he was indeed only at the early stage of chi refinement. These mystic cultivators usually only did exorcism and sealing demons, and took it as their duty to protect the peace of the area. They didn't have any thoughts of ascending to immortality, and most of what they dealt with were the deviant ghosts he mentioned. Tang Han said that deviant ghosts were different from ordinary ghosts. They were bloodthirsty by nature, and the more powerful deviant ghosts could devour souls, and they loved to eat living people. In Qinghe County, tens of thousands of people were massacred by the deviant ghosts in one night because of the invasion of the deviant ghosts. Later on, the Taoists of Xianmen had to send out dozens of Taoists to kill the group of deviant ghosts. But because of this, it became a ghost town. The ghost chi in that city is too strong. Tang Han sighed and shook his head. The mystic cultivators and the mystic sects have thought of many ways, but they couldn't purify the ghosts in the city. They could only seal off this area. He led the two of them to a small house in the forest. He invited the two of them to sit down before continuing. My cultivation level is low. In order to prevent mortals from entering and being harmed, the Tang family sent me to guard this place. I Ching placed a plate of pastries and a cup of tea on the table in front of Shun Ying out of habit. He turned and asked, "Fellow Taoist Tang, apart from the deviant ghosts massacring the city, did anything else happen in the city?" Tang Han thought about it and shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. Why do you ask?" I Ching frowned. "That's not right. If it was just the deviant ghosts massacring the city, why would only Song Run have such a huge grievance?" He turned to look at Song Run, who had floated along with them. "Fellow Taoist, have you seen this ghost?" "Ghost?" Tang Han was stunned. He looked in the direction he was pointing, but his eyes were not focused. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. "Fellow Taoist, do you mean that there are evil ghosts following us out of the city?" His expression changed. He stood up abruptly and turned to take out a peach-wood sword from the cabinet beside him. He made a hand seal and shouted, "Bold evil ghosts, you still want to harm people? Show yourself quickly. Heaven and earth are black and yellow. Ghosts and spirits are not born. Go." With that said, he directly stabbed the sword towards the cabinet beside Song Run. With a swoosh, he poked a hole in the cabinet door. "Shuning!" I Ching. Song Run. After he stabbed with the sword, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked around, and then turned to I Ching. "Fellow Taoist, is the evil ghost that followed us dead? Are you freaking kidding me?" Phew 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 phew. No wonder he didn't look at Song Run from beginning to end. He couldn't see him at all. How low was his cultivation? The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. He bent his finger and pointed at Tang Han's forehead, guiding the spirit chi in his body to gather in his eyes. Only then did Tang Han see Song Run. The peach-wood sword in his hand tightened. "There's an evil ghost indeed." I Ching hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, this ghost is a little special. He's different from those evil ghosts in the city. That's why we brought him with us." "Special?" Tang Han was stunned. He thought of something, and then looked enlightened. "Could it be that he's a ghost that the two of you kept? The two of you are indeed skilled in sorcery. You can even command evil ghosts." Sorry. He sheathed his peach-wood sword a little embarrassedly. There was indeed a way to subdue ghosts in the mystic techniques. I Ching. "As long as you're happy." He touched his eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed across his face. "I wonder what sorcery fellow Taoist used just now. It actually allowed me to see ghosts without the use of external objects." I Ching was speechless. Seeing ghosts required external objects? "I mobilized the spirit chi in your body." Tang Han was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened abruptly. "Fellow Taoist, you're helping me to open my heavenly eye." He suddenly felt a wave of excitement. His eyes were shining as he looked at I Ching. He was indeed an expert. No wonder he could purify the entire ghost city. What the hell was opening the heavenly eye? I Ching felt the difficulty of communicating with people who weren't in the same cultivation system. He hurriedly changed the topic. "I wonder what sect is the mystic sect that fellow Taoist mentioned?" "Mystic sect is not a sect." Tang Han smiled. He was even more certain that these two came from a hidden clan. Otherwise, how could they not even know what mystic sect was? Mystic sect is an organization jointly founded by the mystic cultivator clans. Its main purpose is to eliminate deviant ghosts and maintain the righteous path in the world. The elite mystic cultivators of all clans are gathered there. They're all mystic technique masters above the 3rd grade. So it was a place like the immortal alliance of various sections. Tang Han's face was full of yearning. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said with some excitement, "Oh yes. With your cultivation, it won't be a problem for you to join Mystic Sect. He just didn't know what grade Mystic Technique Master they were. Where is Mystic Sect? I Ching continued. It's in Longxing City. Tang Han glanced at the two. The two of you have solved the Qinghe County matter. It's also considered a great merit. If you really intend to join Mystic Sect, I can write a letter to recommend you. Something flashed in I Ching's eyes, but he didn't explain. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Don't stand on ceremony, fellow Taoist E. It's a great deed for you to solve the Qinghe Ghost City. It's just a small effort on my part. It's only right. With that said, he went straight to the inner chamber, took out a brush and ink, and started writing. In less than a moment, he finished writing the letter of recommendation and handed it to I Ching. The nearest town is more than 10 miles away from here. The roads are complicated. Why don't I bring the two of you? No need. Before he finished speaking, the master and disciple spoke at the same time. If they walked any further, their legs would break. Why did they feel despised? Chapter 377. I Ching didn't say much to Tang Han. After asking for the general direction of the Mystic Gate, he quickly got up and left. He was afraid that he would act on impulse and personally send them to the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Once he left Tang Han's residence, he immediately rode on his sword and flew towards Longxing City with Shening. Tang Han said that Qinghe County was raided by deviant ghosts, which was why it was massacred. These words seemed to be true. The tragic state of the ghosts in the city did not seem to be caused by an ordinary disaster. But the ghosts in the city lost their memories, and the river of forgetfulness was not something that could be done by just deviant ghosts. Although he didn't know what the deviant ghost that Tang Han was talking about was, as long as it was a ghost, except for a special case like Songren, as long as it got close to the river of forgetfulness, it would be sent to the underworld for reincarnation. Therefore, the phenomenon of the river of forgetfulness in Qinghe County was definitely not the work of deviant ghosts. Instead, it was more likely to have something to do with the Mystic Gate that was used to expel deviant ghosts. What had happened in the city at that time? Why would Song Ren have such a big grievance? It seemed that he could only go to the Celestial Sect of Wonders to find out. Tang Han said that Longxing City, where the Celestial Sect of Wonders was located, was tens of thousands of miles away from here. But for flying swords, it was only a quarter or two of an hour. I Ching scanned with his divine perception and saw a huge city in front of him. Compared to other places where the spirit chi was so thin that it could not be seen, the spirit chi there was obviously thicker. However, it still could not compare to the immortal cities of other small worlds. Even his aura was exceptionally chaotic, filled with the aura of mortals. I Ching hesitated for a moment, then turned and landed in a remote place outside the city. He turned around to look at a certain coward who was afraid of heights and frowned. Exalted? Exalted immortal? Song Ren trembled under his stare, and his heart turned cold for no reason. He had a feeling that ever since they left the ghost city, this immortal surnamed Yi's attitude towards him had worsened. His gaze seemed to be able to freeze him into ice at any moment. You're a ghost, you can't just go in like this. Those so-called mystic cultivators didn't seem to be very friendly to ghosts. If Song Ren went in just like that, he might be beaten to death. To avoid trouble, I'll use an immortal item to create an apparition for you. You can temporarily possess it. As he spoke, he took out a green and juicy green onion from his storage bag. Song Ren. Why is it a green onion? Where's the promised immortal item? Aren't you an immortal? Why would he carry things like scallions with him? Let's go in, I Ching said seriously as he shook the green onion that was overflowing with immortal chi. Exalted. Exalted immortal. The corner of Song Ren's mouth twitched. A moment later he probed. Can we change it? This was intentional, right? Little bitch, you sure have a lot of demands. I Ching's face darkened, he snorted coldly, but still continued to dig into his storage bag. Song Ren heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment he saw I Ching take out a bunch of things from his storage bag. Garlic, chili, chives, pepper, coriander. They're all here. Hurry up and choose one. Shening. Songren. Flips table. This isn't choosing the illusory body. This is choosing the ingredients, right? For all. Ngun Guo, however. The other party looked as if he would freeze Songren to death with his gaze if he continued to nag. Songren, who had always been timid, had no choice but to admit defeat and float forward. He swept a glance at the ingredients on the ground. Unexpectedly, he found one with a different attribute. His eyes lit up instantly. I choose this. He pointed to a white dandelion sandwiched between a handful of coriander. I Ching casually took it out. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but the corner of his mouth twitched. He turned to look at Songren. Are you sure? It was obvious that a certain radish had smuggled in. Thank you, exalted immortal. Songren nodded vigorously. It was better than garlic and chili. Flowers have always been elegant. I think it will definitely help exalted immortal to create a good illusory body. I Ching did not speak. He gave him an indecipherable look. Even Shening, who was focused on eating her fruit, turned back to look at him in surprise. Well, what's the matter? Songren's heart turned cold for no reason. Was the dandelion bad? Then I'll take this. I Ching had no intention of explaining at all. He directly conjured a seal and trapped Songren's soul into the dandelion. With a wave of his hand, an array appeared under his feet. The dandelion immediately turned into a white light and flew into the array. The white light became brighter and began to condense. In a short while, a youth who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old appeared in the array. He was dressed in a green and white robe. Unsurprisingly, he looked 70 to 80% similar to the radish. I have a body. Songren looked at his own body excitedly. He was indeed an immortal. He had turned back into a human. This is just an illusory body. I Ching explained. Don't go too far away from us. Otherwise, once the immortal chi in the dandelion is used up, you will immediately return to your original state. I understand. Songren nodded and hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, exalted immortal. Let's enter the city. He glanced at him again. His eyes stopped at the lower half of his body. Then he turned and habitually pulled Shening into the city. Songren immediately followed. The city was very lively. There were people everywhere. I Ching originally thought that this would be similar to the immortal cities of cultivators. But the strange thing was that more than half of the city was filled with mortals, without any cultivation. Normally, cultivators would not easily mix with mortals to avoid being contaminated by the vulgar atmosphere of the mortal world, which was not conducive to cultivation. But here, there seemed to be no such concept at all. It was especially down to earth. I Ching inquired about the location of the Mystic Gate. Then he brought the two of them all the way into the city. Along the way, many people beside him were carrying peach-wood swords similar to Tang Han's, or swords that were strung together with copper coins. There was a faint flow of spirit chi on them, but it was extremely weak. It was not even a level 1 Dharma artifact. It seemed that they were also mystic cultivators who wanted to join the Mystic Gate. The few of them walked through the main street. From afar, they saw a palace floating in the city. But that palace was not very big. Perhaps because of the thin spirit chi, it was only floating 4 to 5 meters above the ground. But it looked quite magnificent. On the horizontal board of the palace, there were 2 big golden words, Mystic Gate. There was a very big square in front of the palace. There were already hundreds of people gathered there. There was also a platform in the middle of the square, as if waiting for something. I Ching looked around and took out Tang Han's recommendation letter. He was about to go forward and give it to the person who seemed to be in charge. But suddenly, he heard a deep voice coming from the platform. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here from afar to support my Mystic Gate in expelling deviant ghosts. A middle-aged man in a green robe came up the platform. The square was suddenly silent. They all looked at the platform. The situation is urgent. Please forgive me for not being able to entertain you one by one. Sect mastering, what exactly happened? As soon as he finished speaking, someone below asked anxiously, why did you suddenly send out the Mystic Iron Order and urgently gather all the mystic cultivators here? This was the first time since the establishment of the Mystic Gate. This concerns the catastrophe of the world. I have no choice. The sect master, whose surname was Ng, stepped forward and looked at the square with a heavy expression. A few days ago, the sect received news that a large number of deviant ghosts appeared in the southwest. The Mystic Gate tried many times to stop them, but to no avail. Now the deviant ghosts have broken through Moonfall City and are coming here. They will reach Longxing City in less than 3 days. Chapter 378. As soon as he said that, there was an uproar, and anxiety appeared on everyone's faces. It was not a common occurrence for deviant ghosts to attack a city, not to mention that they were attacking Moonfall City. That was the city with the most mystic cultivators other than Longxing City. There were at least dozens of mystic cultivators, if not hundreds. So many people failed to stop them. Who knew how many deviant ghosts had come? Sect Master Ng, now that the deviant ghosts are attacking, how should we deal with them? Please instruct us. Someone responded, and the others also voiced their support. Yes, Longxing City is the last line of defense. After this, the deviant ghosts will go straight to the capital, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. That's right, we must not let them pass. Expel the deviant ghosts and protect our country. We dare to come here. We are already prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Please instruct us, Sect Master. For the righteous path of the world, we will die honorably. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. It was clear that they were not just shouting slogans, but really prepared to die. Even I Ching was a little surprised. Such fearlessness to protect the righteous path of the world was probably difficult even for the immortal sections. It was indeed admirable. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Sect Master Ng glanced at everyone with a moved expression. Yesterday, our mystic sect disciples rushed to Moonfall to stop the deviant ghosts, but the battle situation is not clear. The mystic cultivators of 3rd grade and above have all rushed to Moonfall City for support. Now that Longxing City has no combat power, and Moonfall City has fallen, I hope that fellow Taoists can help us defend the city. Everyone nodded. That sect master Ng gave a few more instructions, and made some arrangements before letting everyone go forward to register, so that they could be assigned. Master, I Ching subconsciously looked at Shening beside him. Now that the deviant ghosts had attacked the city, they must not be in the mood to take in disciples. As for Qinghe County, he probably would not be able to ask about it for a while. However, he was a little curious about the so-called deviant ghosts. Are we going to register? Sure. Shening nodded, having no objections. I Ching then followed the crowd to register their names, and received a wooden plate with the word Xian written on it. On the stage, sect leader Ng arranged everyone's positions and discussed how to deal with the enemy. Only then did the crowd slowly disperse. Because the deviant ghosts would only arrive in 3 days, Shening and the others had to stay in the city first. Moreover, it was almost noon, and it was time for lunch. I Ching was thinking about what to do for lunch as he walked into an inn. However, he discovered a crucial problem. Well, what is this? The innkeeper took the spirit stones that I Ching handed over, looking confused. He smiled politely and reminded him, Sir, our inn does not accept bartering. Do you have any silver on you? Shening. I Ching. Songren. Only then did they remember that this was a mortal city that used gold and silver. It was completely different from the cultivator's currency. After leaving Father Nyo, master and disciple once again felt the crisis of having no money. Master, don't worry. There are many empty spaces outside the city. It's just building a residence. It's just a small dharma spell. We can start cooking soon. I Ching, who had been invited out of the inn, said seriously. But to prevent deviant ghosts, the city gate was closed just now. Song Run reminded him weakly. Then let's find a house. The people here are simple and honest. We're just borrowing the kitchen. I think they won't reject us. I Ching immediately changed his words. The mystic sect is already evacuating the civilians in the city. Everyone is busy moving. Who would be in the mood to borrow your kitchen? I still have some pastries in my storage bag. Why don't we give them to the innkeeper in exchange for a kitchen? The innkeeper said just now that he doesn't accept bartering. I Ching. Shunning. She instantly turned to stare at a certain coward. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Did you come specially to undermine me? Song Ren trembled and immediately moved behind Shining. You won't let the ghost speak the truth? You have a way. Shining suddenly turned to look at him. Song Ren stiffened. His gaze drifted. Just as he was about to shake his head, he saw I Ching's expression. If you dare to say no, I'll kill you. He immediately shrank his head. I think so. The two of them paused and looked over. Why don't we? Let's go dig under that big tree. He suddenly pointed to a secluded street corner. They could vaguely see the lush foliage. I think there might be something we need there. What did he mean? I Ching and Shunning exchanged a look. They turned and walked in the direction he pointed. Indeed, they saw a big tree after turning the corner. It should be 3 inches to the right of the tree. He spoke again. I Ching frowned. He squatted down at the place Song Ren pointed to. He used his divine perception to scan. Indeed, there was something underneath. He directly used an earth elemental sorcery. In an instant, the soil under his feet turned outwards. A brown porcelain jar suddenly emerged from the soil. He opened it to take a look. It was actually filled with silver ingots. There was a layer of black spots on the silver ingots. It looked like it had been there for many years. How do you know that there's something buried under this tree? I Ching turned to look at Song Ren doubtfully. The other party was stunned. He seemed to recall this question. A look of confusion flashed across his eyes. After a while he shook his head. I don't know either. I just suddenly had a feeling that there would be silver under this tree. Could it be that his memory was recovering? Do you remember anything else? He thought for a while, then shook his head. No. I Ching's expression darkened. Song Ren did not look like he had recovered. Could it be because his illusion was a dandelion that Radish had bloomed? Radish was a vegetation spirit. It could communicate with plants. It was normal for it to know that there would be silver under this tree. Exalted Immortal, is this enough? Song Ren asked seriously. If it's not enough, there's more under the tree in front. Oh yes. There's also the old well in the east of the city, the old temple in the west of the city, and the backyard of the shop in the north of the city. I Ching. Shining. She felt that ever since this coward got his illusion, did he awaken some incredible skill? He could turn into a treasure hunter or something. There's no need. I Ching took out a piece of silver from the jar and buried the jar back into the soil. He subconsciously refined the silver in his hand and removed the layer of black spots on it. Then he stood up and glanced at him with an unclear meaning. After a while, he patted his shoulder and said, If Father Neo was here, he would probably want to take you in as his disciple. Huh. Song Ren hesitated. Who was Father Neo? He was also an immortal? Did he mean that he had the potential to become an immortal? He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Just as he was about to ask, I Ching added, It's a pity that he didn't come. You probably won't see him in the future. Then what the hell are you talking about? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Chapter 379. With Song Ren, the treasure-seeking ghost, the few of them successfully checked into the inn. They stayed in the inn for 2 days. The commoners in the city had already moved out of Longxing City one after another. The originally lively city suddenly became deserted. Except for the mystic cultivators who occasionally came out to patrol, there were no mortals without any cultivation. Following the arrangement of the mystic sects, I Ching went out twice these 2 days, both to strengthen the defense outside the city. He then understood the difference between these so-called mystic cultivators and cultivators. They seemed to be more inclined towards talisman cultivators. Besides using those peachwood swords that did not have much power, they used talismans the most. And the so-called strengthening of the defense outside the city was just pasting all kinds of low-level talismans outside the city gates. The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched as he watched. If those so-called deviant ghosts were really large enough to attack the city, these low-level talismans obviously could not even hold for a quarter of an hour. But everyone looked serious and serious. Considering their cultivation, I Ching could only set up a mountain protecting array around the city gates when they were not paying attention. He became more and more curious about what those so-called deviant ghosts were. I Ching did not wait for long. On the second night he sensed something strange. Something was coming this way, bringing with it a sky full of yin qi. It was clearly still 100 miles away, but the temperature in the city dropped sharply. Exalted immortal? Song Ren looked at I Ching, who suddenly stood up and gave him a puzzled look. After a while, he thought of something and suddenly widened his eyes. Is it a deviant ghost? Yes. I Ching nodded. Song Ren looked flustered and turned to walk toward Shun Ying's room. Then I'll go wake exalted immortal Shun. Come back. I Ching reacted quickly and pulled her back. Master is asleep. Huh? Song Ren was stunned. And then? If we wake her up now, Longxing City will really not be able to defend. What did he mean? I Ching had no intention of explaining. He picked him up and flew out of the city on his sword. Once out of the city, the yin qi in the air became even stronger. From afar, they could see a black mass in front of them, even covering the moonlight. The surrounding yin qi was blowing, and it was bone-chilling. The mystic cultivators patrolling in the city did not seem to notice these changes. I Ching sent a stream of spiritual qi over and said, "The deviant ghosts are here." That mystic cultivator was stunned. He looked around and did not see anyone, but he still turned around to inform the others. I Ching didn't care much about it, and directly flew towards the direction where the yin qi was gathering. Not long after, all kinds of mournful ghost cries could be heard. Only then did I Ching see the appearance of the so-called deviant ghost. It was a black fog so dense that it was almost as black as ink. It even had a bit of demonic aura to it. One could clearly hear the ear-piercing screams of ghosts, but they couldn't see the actual entity. There were only one or two vague ghostly figures flashing past. Moreover, the range of the black fog was so large that it covered half of the forest. His speed was also extremely fast. Wherever he passed, the plants withered. I Ching was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was as simple as many ghosts glued together. From the looks of it, rather than calling it a group of deviant ghosts, it would be more accurate to call it one. He flew down directly, and a barrier array was formed instantly. The black fog that was originally pouncing towards Longxing City was blocked. Those mournful cries became even more piercing. I Ching took a step forward and released his divine perception to investigate. There were indeed many souls gathered in this black fog, but the soul bodies were extremely thin. He could only faintly see one or two faint soul bodies floating past, and there were even a few similar ones. These were remnant souls. His eyes widened abruptly. In this black fog, what gathered were actually all remnant souls. There wasn't a single complete soul. What was going on? By right, remnant souls were extremely weak. They would dissipate upon contact with a bit of immortal spirit qi, and they would only be sensed by the main body. But the remnant souls here were obviously not like that. They clearly had no consciousness at all, yet they gathered in groups. Their attack power was not weaker than that of evil ghosts. And this number, from a rough look, was more than tens of thousands. So many remnant souls gathered on their own instead of returning to the main body? Unless they didn't have a main body at all. But remnant souls didn't have consciousness. Why did they come here? He carefully scanned the black fog. After a while, he saw a trace of a different aura, with a sense of malevolence. Grievance. They were affected by the grievance, just like Song Ren, who rushed into the immortal world. Song. He subconsciously turned back to look at Song Ren, who had been silent all this while. But he found that Song Ren's body suddenly began to emit a gray aura. In a short while, it covered his entire body. That pair of usually timid and frightened eyes surged with violence, and both eyes were red. He was affected by the grievance in the black fog. Song Ren. I Ching yelled, but he seemed to not hear it. The grievance on his body became heavier, and his expression became more and more sinister. Kill. Kill. He murmured. In the next moment, he directly broke away from the illusory body. In an instant, he changed back into the appearance of the immortal world filled with grievance. He turned into a black ball, and directly rushed towards the black fog of remnant souls. Song Ren. I Ching panicked. He directly conjured a seal, and a stream of spirit chi flew out. It wrapped around Song Run, who had been completely swallowed by the grievance, and forcibly pulled him back. He set up 4-5 layers of sealing spells in succession, but Song Run seemed to have completely lost his mind. He began to attack the array around him crazily. His already weak soul body became even thinner. Mengpo was not here, so his grievance could not be eliminated. I Ching's face darkened. He had no choice but to seal him back into the illusory body on the ground. He conjured a few more spells to slowly suppress his grievance. The mystic cultivators in the city also rushed over at this time. They saw the black fog in the sky at one glance. Deviant ghosts, deviant ghosts. They really came. Everyone's face turned pale. Dispel deviant ghosts. No one knew who shouted. The mystic cultivators did not even look carefully. They all raised the peachwood swords in their hands and rushed towards the opposite side. They were about to pass through the blocking array that I Ching had set up. I Ching's heart sank. Don't go over. It was too late. The array that he had just set up could only isolate ghosts. It could not block living people. When he sealed Song Ren back into the illusory body, the other side had already rushed in. With a crisp sound, a gap suddenly appeared in the transparent array. Large amounts of black fog rushed out and rushed straight towards the crowd. The few people who were closest to it did not have time to take out their talismans. Instantly, all the blood chi in their bodies broke out. They turned into dried corpses in an instant. Their vitality dissipated. I Ching was full of anger. He wanted to imitate Father Nyo and scold. Holy shit! He turned his hand. Just as a sword chi was about to slash over, a chanting suddenly came from the sky. Immeasurable heavenly lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear spirit chi swept over from behind. It instantly dispelled the thick black chi and directly forced those remnant souls back into the array. A golden array suddenly appeared in midair. The golden light shone brightly and turned into a layer of translucent golden arc. It directly enveloped the black fog below. A Taoist dressed in green walked over from behind. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He had a benevolent look on his face. He only took 2 or 3 steps, but he was already in front of the crowd. I Ching instantly saw through his cultivation. He was slightly shocked. Soul formation stage. There was actually a soul formation stage cultivator in this small world. More importantly, there was a layer of thick and somewhat dazzling golden light surrounding him. He looked like a moving luminous body. This was the light of merit. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.